Migrant crime is taking over America. From his very first day, Joe Biden allowed an invasion of our country, resettling dangerous illegal aliens from all over the world into American communities to prey on our people. The latest victim of Joe Biden's premeditated border invasion is Laken Riley. Joe Biden refuses to even say her name, but she will never be forgotten, not by great Americans. Last week, Laken went out for her morning jog and never came back home. A Biden migrant has been charged with brutally attacking her, beating her, kidnapping her, and murdering her on the campus of the University of Georgia. This monster should never have been allowed in our country. He was released at Crooked Joe's orders and set loose into our country. The radical left Democrats then released him onto the public yet a second time after he was arrested in New York for injuring a child. How many more innocent victims must be harmed, and how much more innocent blood must be spilled until we stop this invasion, this horrible, horrible invasion, and remove these illegal alien criminals from our country? As president, I will carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history to remove Joe Biden's illegals and murderers, because that's what many of them are. They're from mental institutions and they're from prisons from all over the world, from Africa, from Asia, from South America, from the Middle East, all over the world. Many of them come from prisons and mental institutions. It's very simple. If they don't go back to their countries, we will never get back our country. Thank you very much. We're so sorry to be talking about this to the parents. They're great people. Laken Riley will be very, very sorely missed. This should never, ever happen again. Our country is being overrun by criminals, by murderers, by drug addicts. They're all coming in through Joe Biden's horrible open border. There's never been a border like this anywhere in the world at any time. He is a disaster as a president. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand how bad it is. It's so bad, the whole world is talking about it. There's never been a case like this. Thank you.
Well, it was anything but a good week for President Biden.
The polls are pretty consistent. Joe Biden is a failure.
The pull-out of Afghanistan, President Biden's exit as an unmitigated disaster.
That disastrous evacuation resulted in Americans left behind.
Joe Biden, you're fired. Get out of here.
Bidenomics has become a negative word, especially among Democrats, because it's not working.
70% of Americans say the economy is worse now.
That's Bidenomics.
You're fired.
The crisis at the border unrelenting.
Record numbers of migrants crossing over this week.
151 people on the FBI's terror watch list.
Would you employ Joe Biden for anything? No.
Get that son of a bitch off the field right now. Out. He's fired. He's fired.
It's Joe Biden's big night, but his 2024 opponent is ready to steal the show. Donald Trump announcing that he will be doing a real-time fact check on the president, saying, quote, I am pleased to inform you that we will be doing a live play-by-play of crooked Joe Biden's State of the Union address. Trump is also giving this preview of what you can expect tonight.
Joe Biden is on the run from his record and lying like crazy to try and escape accountability for the horrific devastation he and his party have created. It's time to tell crooked Joe Biden, you're fired.
Donald Trump continues to rattle the Biden campaign. According to a new report, Joe's advisors hope the State of the Union speech can cure Americans of what they call Trump amnesia. All right, Dana, I'll go to you first.
Okay.
I mean, how do you feel about the former president doing a play-by-play tonight?
So I have mixed feelings. On the one hand, I love that they came up with something fresh and different and a way to make sure that the media is going to have to cover his point of view, but also he's doing it in a way that utilizes the method where people can get direct information right from him. A lot of people will be doing live fact checks tonight. So I think that it's creative. I also think that in some ways he could have waited and done a response as well, right? Like let Katie Britt from Alabama do the Republican response. She's a beautiful, fresh face. She's going to do a great job tonight. But then maybe President Trump could say, I know that Joe's in bed already, but I'm here to give you a speech at 11:15 at night. The other reason I'm just of mixed emotions is, you know, the phrase from Napoleon that when your enemy is in the process of destroying himself, let him do it. And by inserting himself into the story tonight, rather than just letting the chips fall where they may for an evening, I don't know if I just, it's a risk, it's a gamble. That's why I'm of two minds, but I don't have to make any decisions. I just get to talk about it.
All right, Greg, the New York Times says that many of us are suffering from Trump amnesia. Are you suffering from that?
No, I will never forget the cheaper prices, the fact that there weren't any wars. I would like to forget the media derangement. How can we forget that, though? Dana almost convinced me that it might not be a good idea, but I'm going to go ahead and say it is a good idea, even though she might have convinced me otherwise. Trump is going to correct Biden because no one else will, right? Since 2021, all of these heroic fact checkers went on hiatus, right? Because they declared victory over Big Orange, and there was no way they were going to fact check their guy. So they all went away. So now you're going to see scores of fact checkers fact checking Trump as he's fact-checking Biden, and it's going to be hilarious. All these lowly bloggers out there finally flexing their muscles of accuracy, unaware of their own absence for the past 3 years. Again, Trump is kind of doing what the mainstream media won't do. He's puncturing the veil, you know, telling on the media who won't be telling you the truth. And I think it's kind of like Mystery Science Theater for presidents. You know, the other guy is actually watching you and you know, tweeting or what is it called, truthing?
Sure.
Thanks, Jesse, for that backup.
Truthing.
You weren't even listening to me. Anyway.
What?
Yep. That's it for me.
All right, I'll go to you, Harold. Trump yesterday pushed Biden to debate him. If you were on Biden's campaign team, would you tell him to debate and do it immediately?
I would. I think Jesse and you, Judge, you missed me being in the middle of you guys there. You missed both of us being there.
We do.
The couple things. I think that Dana's largely right. I don't know if I would employ this strategy if I were former President Trump. But I got to tell you, what it goes to show is that this campaign is fully started. We're going to have this kind of back and forth between these guys for a long, long time. And if I were a Republican in that chamber tonight, a member of Congress or the member of the Senate, I would wish that the president, I'd probably agree with Dana on this, I'd wish he would not do it because Katie Britt, I think, has a real opportunity to be a breath of fresh air. I think one of the key issues that Republicans have to be mindful of in this national race, and that you don't need me to tell you this or tell our viewers this, is how women's health and reproductive rights are going to be perceived. And my understanding, based on what little intelligence I have, is that Senator Britt is going to talk a little bit about that and give not only a fresh face, but a smart face and a new voice to that. So I'd probably wait if I were him, and in that room, in that chamber, I'd probably wish the president wouldn't distract that with the back and forth on Truth Social.
All right, Jesse. Last year, Biden in the State of the Union spent something like 79 seconds on the issue of immigration in a speech that was an hour and 13 minutes. What do you think is going to happen this time?
He's going to blame Republicans for his own open border, and the Democrats are going to clap, and the Republicans are going to roll their eyes, and everybody watching at home knows the truth. I want you guys to take a test. If you didn't watch any news during the 4 years of Trump, didn't watch any news of the 4 years of Joe Biden, which 4 years was more chaotic in your life? And under Biden, you have crime, you have migration, you have high prices, you have baby formula problems, supply chain problems. He kept schools closed for like 2 years. What was so chaotic under Donald Trump? There was peace and prosperity. The only chaos was in the brains of the left.
Right.
They were creating the chaos with these ridiculous Russia investigations. We didn't fall for it. They were hysterical about it. So what was happening during Donald Trump? He was tweeting when reporters were asleep. So what? He fired a few people. So what? Melania wore a coat with a message on it. So what? That doesn't affect anyone's life. Your lives have been thrown into chaos the last 4 years because of Biden's policies. That's what people need to remember.
Okay.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
It's just
Haley's exit, it is now all but certain that the November election will be a 2020 rematch. Presidents Biden and Trump facing off again. Polls, however, suggest many Americans want another option. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. hopes to be that choice. The Kennedy campaign now seeking November ballot access across the country. Here in California, that effort involves gathering signatures for a new political party called We the People.
Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joins us live right now from his LA home with more. Great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us.
See you again, Alex. Good to see you, Marla.
So talk to us about how this would work. What are the logistics involved in making this happen, and what will this new party be all about?
We will be on the ballot in all 50 states, but our strategy for getting on the ballot differs state by state. And in 6 states, we are starting our own political party because that's the easiest way to get on the ballot. California is one of those. The party is called We the People. We need 75,000 Californians to change their registration between now and June to our new party. They can do that by going to our website, Kennedy24.com/California. And it will tell you you should have your driver's license there because you need the same address that is on your driver's license. But it's a couple of steps, but anybody can do it. And we're really starting that ballot drive today.
Well, congratulations on launching that effort, sir. Now, you yourself have said that Democrats are afraid that you're going to spoil the election for President Biden, and Republicans saying the very same thing, that you will spoil it for President Trump. What do you say to that?
You know, what we saw during the primaries yesterday was one of the lowest turnouts in history. And what we see about my campaign is that people are coming out who haven't voted for years. Politico actually did an analysis of our fundraising that showed that most of the people who've given to my campaign are people who've never participated in the political system. So, you know, and when we do our rallies, when we do these events around the country, so many of our people are coming out to us and say, we lost faith in the political process. We do not, 70% of Americans now say they do not want this rematch of 2020. They do not want us to see a rematch between President Trump and President Biden. and they want an alternative. People are tired of being told that they have to choose between the lesser of two evils. They want to choose, have a choice that inspires them, a choice that of somebody that they like, that they want to vote for, and who's actually talking about the issues that affect our country now, particularly the chronic disease epidemic that is debilitating our country. 60% of our kids now have chronic disease. Our entire generation of kids, and nobody's talking about this stuff, can't get into a home. They're not, our children are not going to be able to pursue that central promise of the American dream, which when I was growing up, it was understood. If you worked hard, if you played by the rules, you could own a home, you could finance it, you could pay for your summer vacation, you could raise a family, and you could put something aside for retirement. There's nobody in the 20 to 30 generation that believes that that promise applies to them. And, I want to change that. And none of the other political leaders, they're part of the generation that created this problem, that loaded these kids with $34 trillion in debt, loaded them with the processed foods, with the contaminants that are causing this terrible chronic disease epidemic, and have embroiled them in the forever wars. And they need, they want a president who will unravel a corruption, this corrupt merger of state and corporate power, and return public health in this country and end the wars.
And the numbers of young people that turned out for the election in California yesterday was astoundingly low. And many of them are looking for an alternative. Let's look at your poll numbers right now in a matchup between Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and you. You're polling at 15%. And a lot of the mainstream media, frankly, has ignored you and not given you interviews like we're doing right now. And you're doing that, a lot of that through just grassroots online work, which is pretty astounding. It shows that there is an appetite for you, but there are also folks that will see that and say, could you live with yourself if this election, if Donald Trump ends up winning because of your impact on it? And that means that Donald Trump becomes the president.
The polls actually, the polls consistently show me beating President Trump and President Biden among young people. They show, and the poll you just showed us, those polls are assuming that young people don't vote. Yeah. So what we're seeing is that there's tremendous amounts of young people who want to come out and vote if I'm the candidate. The polls consistently show me beating both President Trump and President Biden among independents. And independents this year are for the first time in history, the first presidential election in history, are the largest cohort. So there are 52% of Americans are now call themselves, self-identify as independents, versus about 24-25% Republicans and Democrats. So I feel like I have an ability. The one in the group that I'm in a three-way tie among Hispanic voters. What the polls show is that I draw pretty much evenly from both President Trump and President Biden. I'm at this point drawing a little more from President Trump. So President Biden does not need my help to lose the election to President Trump. In fact, it's more likely that my participation may help him. But I think I'm going to bring out a lot of new people to vote, and that, that President Trump is going to get his voters. President Biden is going to get his, but I think I'm going to be able to beat them.
Well, first and foremost is to get your name on the ballot in California. And to do that, you need 75,000 Californians to sign up on your website. So we're out of time, unfortunately, but we appreciate you taking the time to be with us live tonight on the Fox 11 News at 6. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marla. Thank you, Alex.
Amazon is overcharging you, but I can show you how to avoid it. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Watch this. I can show you how to get
Do you believe that there were government agencies involved in the deaths of your father and uncle?
Clearly, there was government agencies involved, not only in the death of my uncle, but the cover-up.
How do you end up living with Larry David?
Larry, he has a lot of rules that he expects everybody to know.
You just announced that you were on Epstein's flight?
Glenn had called my wife and said, we want to do an adventure this weekend. I said, do you want to take the kids Foz hunting? We flew out.
Great plane?
No, it was not. Was the election in Chicago fixed? Probably.
What does that mean, fixed?
I mean, they found ballots in the Chicago River. They overthrew the government of Ukraine in 2014, which is really what this war is about. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. O.J. Simpson came to my house. Bill Cosby came to my house.
You also knew good people.
Yeah,
We just
I knew that, right? But you don't know these people are swamp creatures until all this stuff comes out.
OJ's innocent. Okay.
Yeah.
You just said you lived with Larry David. How do you end up living with Larry David?
I recruited him to.
The joint session will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The House be in order. The House be in order. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray. The Senator from Michigan, Ms. Stabenow. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner. The Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. And the Senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Mr. Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Tony. Look at Jill. Good evening. Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that it needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Now, my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, do whatever the hell you want. That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. Come here, stand up. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down. In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you are here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood. America stood strong and democracy prevailed. We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win. As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office of defending against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear It's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. The Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to IVF. Guarantee it nationwide. Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you were right about that. Clearly. Clearly. Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024. If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses? Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives of loved ones, millions left behind? A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news in 1,000 cities and towns. The American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot. We leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, I inherited an economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record. Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America, and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, and we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up. Inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers. Creating good-paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in family farms, because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know, we're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, and new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs of the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, a third generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line. And today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is brighter. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger. Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor go way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it. With a law that I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion. Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extremely profitable. will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get an Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal. Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. But my predecessor, and many in this chamber, want to take this prescription drug away by repealing Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen. We stopped you 50 times before, and we'll stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. They enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are more than half our population. But research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady. To pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space. Just for 2 years. And my administration is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down. To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world. And I suspect all of you, want to give every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year, that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, and not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is. I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry. I think, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them as vice president, I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore. Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade. I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools so students get hands-on experience and a path to good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure the college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions. And I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans. I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses, firefighters, and others in public service. Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look, such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise. And by the way, the first couple of years, we cut the deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes. A fair tax code is how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy, the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit. They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny. And they haven't yet. In fact, the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Remember in 2020, 55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%. So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share. I also want to end tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that could be deducted. They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse. I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America. Imagine a future with affordable child care. Millions of families can get they need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member. Imagine the future of home care and elder care, and people living with disabilities so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security or Medicare or raise the retirement age, I will stop you. The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have two ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal. Oh no, you guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share. Look, too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it. You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. You get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8. Banks and credit card companies are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more a hell of a lot like $8 and 30-some dollars. They don't like it. Credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating. Folks at home, that's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now. What are you against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children. This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read. I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win. He viewed it as a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner. Not really. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks, I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now. And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country. I will not separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border, provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, and so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans, whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all Americans. Look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now. A transformational moment in history happened 59 years ago today in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead. Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him. But joining us tonight are other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma, the daughter of gospel singers and preachers. She sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But 59 years later, there are forces taking us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis was a great friend to many of us here. But if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes that marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life. Banning books, it's wrong. Instead of erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back. Passed the PRO Act for workers' rights. Raised the federal minimum wage because every worker has a right to a decent living more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't. I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs like the IBEW work is building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Conserving 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And pattern after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade. To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office. Year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust, as I've been doing by taking executive action on police reform and calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or having on their record. Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the federal enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator, so we can finally end the scourge against women in America. There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine, whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message. The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something. Do something. Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House, with the Vice President leading the charge. Thank you for doing it. Meanwhile, my predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president. Oof. After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks. None of this. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, and so many here in America. This crisis began on October 7th with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also We will also work around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has an added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza. This war has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocent women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day. And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. They're announcing they're going to have a crossing in northern Gaza. To the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here. I'm the only American president to visit Israel in wartime. But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees that Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel. For years, I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills. There's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online. Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI voice impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why the song Support and Help of Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support. We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H. And remind us that we can do big things, like end cancer as we know it, and we will. Let me close with this. Yay! I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever. I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation. Between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor. Now, other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution, that's not me. I was born amid World War II when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm, became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president, or our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president. In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal. It deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas. It'll only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence. Above all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I'm running as an independent candidate for President of the United States. I grew up in an America that seemed to have achieved its promise as an exemplary nation. Modern democracy had spread from one nation, ours, in 1776 to 6 by 1865 and to 190 by the 1960s. We had become the city on the hill. We were a moral authority around the globe. Our government, institutions, our Congress, the court, the regulatory agencies, and even the American press were renowned for their integrity, and they were revered worldwide. Other nations wanted our American leadership. They knew the difference between leadership and bullying, which is something our current leaders seem to have forgotten. We were the template of liberty, proof that for a country to thrive, its people must be free. Free to speak, free to worship, free to build great companies, free to start small businesses. We were the freest country in the world, and by no coincidence, also the most prosperous. Working Americans could provide for their families on a single salary. They could buy a home, raise a family, save for retirement without mountains of debt. We made the best music. We made the best movies. We made gold standard automobiles that everybody in the world wanted. We made blue jeans. We reconstructed Europe. We put men on the moon. We're the world's healthiest, best educated children. Our productivity, ingenuity, our can-do spirit were the envy of the world. We had confidence in our strength, our capacity, and the limitless potential of our country. Yeah, we had serious racial and environmental problems, but in the heady days of my youth, the environmental movement and the civil rights movement were picking up steam. My father and some of his allies were fighting to eliminate the last pockets of hunger in Appalachia and the Mississippi Delta and on the Indian reservations. And we became for the first time a true constitutional democracy in this country, with all races voting and holding political office. Other countries aspired to be like us, and our children grew up proud of their passport, proud of their flag. My uncle, President Kennedy, left us a legacy of peace and the hope of ending the arms race and winding down the Cold War. Those were the traditions of freedom, prosperity, and peace that my father, my uncle, and Martin Luther King Jr. were striving to protect and advance. In the half century since their deaths, we've lost touch with that vision for our country. And I want to tell you right now that we can still restore that America, the America that almost was, and yet may be. But we have to start by being honest with ourselves. Neither my uncle nor my father would recognize the version of America that we have today. We become a nation of chronic illness, of violence, of loneliness, depression, and division, and poverty. Our great cities are becoming tent encampments, modern-day Hoovervilles filled with undocumented immigrants and dispossessed Americans and people living in their cars, plagued by mental illness and addiction and despair. Our border has come under the control of criminal drug cartels that traffic in desolation and fentanyl and in busloads of desperate human beings. Our children are drowning in a crisis of alienation, of dispossession, and complete disconnection from their communities. We've lost far more of our young people to drugs in the last decade than in the 20-year Vietnam War. We've printed 9 centuries worth of money in a little over a decade and spent $8 trillion on regime change wars. Those wars have made America less safe, our country less strong, and the world far less stable, while sending prices through the roof as our infrastructure falls apart. Tens of millions of young Americans no longer even dream of owning their own home. What happened to America, the land of opportunity, where you could be sure that if you worked hard and played by the rules, that you would have a decent life? All the new wealth of the last generation has gone to the billionaires and to transnational corporations, while our tattered middle class, our infrastructure, our industry have been hollowed out from the inside. Instead of promise, we've left our kids sick and drowning in debt. The public debt has gone from about $5 trillion under President George W. Bush to $34 trillion today, and U.S. household debt is at a record high of $17.3 trillion. If you include discouraged workers, our true unemployment rate is 23%. Young parents face housing, grocery, and childcare costs that are unaffordable. Too many Americans are living bleak and hopeless lives, dreading the one medical emergency or the car repair that will tip them over the edge into homelessness. We rank 40th globally in our people's health and wellness. Out of the richest countries in the world, the United States is 35th in child poverty rates, just above Mexico. We rank 36th in literacy and 45th in press freedom. We have one of the highest cancer rates in the world. And our life expectancy now ranks 59th, according to the World Bank. That's right behind Algeria, which spends less than 1/30th per capita of what we spend. But even these grim figures hide the full picture of our dire health crisis. We now have the worst health outcomes in the rich world, the highest maternal mortality rates, the highest number of gun deaths per capita, and the highest number of teen pregnancies. We lead the world in obesity and chronic disease. According to CDC, 60% of Americans have at least one chronic condition. When my uncle was president, only 6% of Americans had chronic disease. And all of these plights fall heaviest on our young people. 4 in 10 of them suffer depression, and half of them have considered suicide. 1 in 10 has anxiety. 1 in 10 has ADHD. 1 in 5 is obese. It's time for us to say enough is enough. We were once a free and thriving nation, the healthiest and strongest in the world. What we once were, we can be again. How do I know that? It's because everywhere I go in this country, I see a profound determination among Americans to heal. We might have become the sickest country on earth, but we also have the most ingenious healers, both inside and outside conventional medicine. We may have sky-high levels of depression and addiction, but we also have innovators who have opened up new frontiers in recovery. We have some of the world's most depleted agricultural soils, but also some of the world's most innovative and energetic regenerative farmers. We have serious economic problems, but we also have the brightest and most ambitious entrepreneurs. We face hunger and homelessness, and yet we meet it with the highest philanthropic rates in the world and bottomless kindness and compassion. We may be on the mat today, but we can be on our feet and happy and healthy and strong again with good leadership tomorrow. Our people and our system were built for resilience. And here's the most important thing I want to tell you about the state of our union. Our nation seems more divided than ever, but Americans everywhere want to heal that divide. Our nation has become artificially divided by political forces that can survive only when we, the people, are at war with each other. People are tired of being manipulated by fear. We learned that lesson during COVID. We recognize that the same techniques of manipulating fear are being used by elites today to corral us into voting for one political candidate or the other. Americans are tired of these dire warnings that to preserve democracy itself, you better vote for our guy. I can tell you that in every state of this union, people are rejecting fear-mongering. 80% of Americans say they don't want to be forced to choose in this election between the lesser of two evils. They're tired of voting against something or someone. I see it in the crowds of mixed Republicans and Democrats and independents who attend my rallies, that a growing number of Americans are rejecting divisiveness. They're ready to unite, to rebuild this country, and to fulfill the promise of the America of my youth. They're ready to vote for something and for someone they like, for someone who represents hope and healing, for someone with an inspiring vision for America's future, for a future that they can believe in. So that's the State of the Union that I want to bring you today. It's a nation that hungers to heal. It's a nation ready to face reality, to rebuild, to end the forever foreign wars, to clean out the corrupt Washington establishment, and to turn again toward peace, freedom, good health, and prosperity. When we unite in that vision, we're going to be unstoppable. Thank you, and God bless you. I flew out to Los Angeles to recruit them to be on the board of the Natural Resource Defense Council. I was a senior attorney. It's one of the two biggest environmental groups in the country. And Lori had a big interest in the environment. Larry,
what was Larry's interest?
She actually had. We had lunch. The first time I met them, we had lunch at the Sunset Hotel in Los Angeles. And Lori, the thing with NRDC is they didn't let you on the board unless you were the principal. So the wife of a principal could not be on the board, right? It had to be, Robert Redford. It had to be that person. And Lori was the one who was driving this, and she wanted them both to have a board seat.
Okay.
And so she was talking about, that she really called the shot. She was a very, very powerful character.
Yeah.
And she said, I control the money. I write the checks. I have two interests. One is child health, and the other is the environment. And then I heard Larry, who hadn't said anything, and I heard him say something. He said, I only have one interest. And I said, what is that? And he said, it's Larry David.
I love it. Did they both get board seats?
That was my first meeting with them.
Did they both get board seats?
Yeah.
Okay, so you met him then.
And we became friends. And then they had a house. They were building a house at that time in Martha's Vineyard.
Right.
And I had lost my home I had outgrown my home in Hyannisport.
Okay.
Which is where we summered every summer.
Yeah.
So they invited us to stay with them. So we stayed with them for 2.5 summers, and then we started taking our other vacations together. And we went skiing every winter. And, we became very, very close friends. And then at that time, Larry was still doing Seinfeld.
Yeah.
And he had just retired, and then he decided he was going to go back to stand-up comedy.
Okay.
And he decided to make a film about his return to stand-up.
Which was kind of ended up being like the Curb pilot.
And that was the pilot. They didn't intend to do a whole series.
Yeah.
And they were recruiting. Cheryl got recruited because they wanted it to be plausible.
Yeah.
So that, they didn't want to use known
Cheryl's
actors.
your wife for everybody watching.
Cheryl's my wife.
Yeah.
So, and she plays his wife in the show. And the first pilot, actually, she was supposed to be Jewish.
Oh, really?
Then they changed that later. And she was a shiksa later. But
are there any weird house rules that Larry had when you guys lived there?
He has a lot of rules that he expects everybody to know.
Okay, what are Larry's rules?
Well, one of the rules, and I've talked about this before, but when I started this thing, and this couch really sucks you in.
Wait till massages start.
But when I met Cheryl, he introduced me to Cheryl at a time when both of us were married. And so, there was no, he brought her up. I was doing
no chemistry.
Well, not any kind of, of that kind of chemistry. I like you. It was all proper. And,
towing the company line. I like this.
Yeah, but it was noteworthy enough. Both of us remembered what happened that day, but we were skiing up in Banff, and I did every year for Waterkeeper, which was my environmental group that I co-founded and then built to the biggest water protection group in the world. Our big event every year was a pro celebrity ski event.
Okay.
And that year we were doing it in Banff, and it was very cold. And so I would say, Larry would come every year. I'd say to him, can you bring some other people? So he brought Cheryl and some other people. And so we met on that ski trip, but there was, as I said, there was no chemical reaction.
Yeah.
6 years later, we were both involved in a divorce, and she came to another event at that time, and there was kind of an instant chemical reaction. But I knew that Larry, because he does have these rules, that one of those rules.
What are the rules? I need to know
that I could not date his television wife without getting his permission first.
Why?
What?
What is his
Well,
logic?
you
for
know, I
that?
mean, you watch the show, right?
Yeah,
But the show, he
Uh,
always has logic.
That's the thing. What I like about
Yeah, but and they all have logic. They're not arbitrary rules.
Yes,
They're rules that kind of everybody does know, but they're not written down anywhere.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Whereas like some people are like quirky and weird, and their shows are built around how different and weird they are, and they go, "Yeah, I'm just an anxious weird guy." I feel like Larry's like, "You guys are weird for not adhering to these rules that we all know make sense." Like
Yeah,
he feels
exactly.
right and justified in everything he
His
does.
quirk is
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way of characterizing his humor.
So what is his justification for why you can't be with his
It's just
TV work?
obvious that, you know, that
Oh, it could affect the you might not want him kissing her on the show.
no. It was that he had initial claim to her, and since we're friends,
You think sexually? You think Larry was like into it or what?
I think he loves Cheryl.
Right.
And, you know, and I'll tell you what he said to me, because I that's
You called dibs, right?
That's first right of refusal right there.
What did he say? He's
So
like,
that
Kennedy's always meddling.
yeah. So that season was a season which Cheryl wasn't in it. He later, you know, it was after his divorce from Cheryl, which was the way it happened was, you know, that show would follow his life and it would predict his life. So he wrote himself getting a divorce on that show. And then that year, Lori told him she wanted a divorce.
Yeah. I think
And that happened
It was his
again.
outlet. This is my dream world.
And
The
so
inception.
he was shooting the year after the divorce. He moves to New York to shoot a play, which is called The Producers.
I remember that,
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So, but he has to move to New York to do that. So I flew to New York, and I went to visit him. He was staying at the Lowe's Hotel, and I visited him at 10 o'clock at night. And I said, I need to talk to you about something. And then I said, you know, I feel like, you know, I don't know how I put it, but I said, I feel a lot of affection and attraction to Cheryl. And I just wanted to check with you to make sure that was cool. And he said, he surprised me, because I felt like he would be horrified. But he said she's the best human being that he's ever met. He said that she is beloved in the industry and that she is the only person in Hollywood that doesn't have a single enemy, and that he was really happy for me. Now, when he talked to Cheryl and she said, "Do you think this is going to work?" He went,
To be fair, you didn't ask him what he thought about y'all's chances.
Yeah, he was consistent.
You asked what he thought about Cheryl, and he's like, "She's the best." She asked what he thought about you, and he was
exactly.
like,
So it was true. He's always honest in that way. But then he reenacted it, that moment on Curb with Ted Danson asking him permission, and he says, you know, no, you can't do that.
That's because that's what he
So I
wants.
know that's what
And when you guys were living together out at the Vineyard, was it like, did he have rules about food or anything? Like, did you ever drink too much OJ and he had to like sit?
He's a shoes off guy, I assume.
Yeah, like I
no,
just
he would,
imagine.
he would, you know, he was always, one of the preoccupations he had, and he actually gave a speech about this at another comedy event that I had, the difference between the Kennedys and the Davids.
Okay.
And he had a long speech of all the different things that the Kennedys, you know, when they were kids, could not come in the house unless until it was dark. So that we were locked out of the house in the morning, and they said, "Don't come back till dark." And he said the Davids were locked in the house all day and were never allowed to go out because the world was dangerous. So he had a litany of those kind of things. And my family, my brothers would come over and visit a lot, and you know, he was always. He's the same person he is on the show, except a much more generous, kind-hearted version of that. And anyway, it was, you know, really, really fun living over there.
Okay. So many things I want to talk to you about today. I have all these crazy notes. Maybe I get there. First of all, there are people that are listening or watching right now that might not know you. Can you explain your voice to them?
Yeah, so I had a very strong voice. In fact, unusually strong voice. Till I was 42 years old, 1996, my voice, I got an injury, a brain injury that caused my voice, caused this to my voice, and it's called spasmodic dystonia.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much stable. And in fact, it was much worse than
better.
this. Yeah. So Cheryl and I went over about, I don't know, 8 months ago, maybe 3 months before I announced my candidacy, and we went to Japan, and they do this surgery in Japan where they put a piece of, like a bridge of titanium in my throat, and it helped. And then I started doing some therapies, and
Dude,
it's improving.
If you woke up from that surgery with an Asian accent, that would have
I said that. I said I don't want that happening.
Unbelievable.
I told that to the guy
before you went under. You're
Yeah.
like, listen.
Well, they never put
I need to
me under.
pronounce R's. I'm RFK.
They never put me under. Did you get in trouble for like Asian stuff?
No.
No.
Yeah.
I must have misread that.
It wasn't misread. It was.
That was good. He got you. He got you.
But anyway, so I'm not going to go there with you.
Yeah. Good. Good.
But-
No, you're our president. You can't be making these jokes. I'll be making these jokes. Okay.
So
It's not the worst thing
but
America's
when
done
I
to
did
Japan.
when I did that surgery, they never knocked me out. So they did the whole thing when I was awake because they had to test out a bunch of different voices on me.
No way.
And Cheryl was in the room, but there was a lot of carnage that was associated with it, and she ended up having to leave. But she was listening to the voices, and they would say, okay, count in this voice, and they'd move the bridge. And I'd say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they'd say, do you like that one? And that's what happened.
Is it
So-
laborious at all to talk?
It's, I have to think about it, which, I didn't before.
But not
I have to
painful.
do some action. It's not painful, but
Okay.
it's painful for me to listen to myself. I can't listen to myself.
Really?
If I hear myself on TV, I'll never watch this podcast.
Oh, thanks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because I just can't stand the sound of my voice. And I feel sorry for other people who have to listen to it, but it's all I got.
Well, if
at
you're
this point.
president, we're going to have to listen a
I
lot.
know. A lot of people, are worried about that.
You could just
I see
tweet.
it. They say on the internet, I like everything about you, but I can't take your voice.
Can't
so
we
I'm gonna
do auto tune you? Isn't there like a
There should be AI.
Yeah.
because we do it with singers, right? Like they have these weird inflections, and then we manipulate it and make it perfect.
People are starting to write me saying I can fix you with AI, or I can fix the way you appear, or something like that. But every day I get somebody who says I can fix your voice, and I used to try them all because I'm willing to try sort of new therapies and treatments. But I don't have patience for them, so it's hard for me to stick with them over long periods of time, especially if I don't see quick returns. And now I say to people, and a lot of them went to dead ends. Now I say to people, show me somebody with my condition who you fixed before.
That's good.
And so very few of them can do that.
Actual question: having to think about what you're going to say, does that kind of end up being a good thing in your position?
No, because it doesn't give me extra time. I'm having to think about, I better take a breath first before I start talking, or maybe nothing will come out. But it used to be with my voice that there were times, particularly early in the morning, if I spoke, I didn't know if anything was going to come out.
Oh, wow.
So now it's much better. It's much more reliable.
Yo, quick announcements. Los Angeles. I know a lot of you out there have been asking me to add another show. First of all, thank you guys so much for selling out the Forum. And I have some fantastic news. May 9th, Staples Center. I believe it's called Crypto or something right now, but we're still calling it Staples. Shane Gillis and I will be headlining motherfucking Staples Center or
Let's
Crypto
go.
Arena or whatever the hell it is. Thank you, my boy. Anyway, you guys can get tickets for that. Pre-sale starts Thursday, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Pre-sale code is crypto. Go scoop those up. That's going to be wild. Get those before they are gone. That is going to be a dope show. That's going to be a dope show. Also, the Life Tour, we added a bunch of dates. You guys saw it last week. If you didn't get those, get on them immediately. We are adding a third show in Vancouver. Thank you guys so much for that. We added a bunch of other shows as well. You can go to theandrewschultz.com and you can get those tickets. But Vancouver, we have added a third show. Thank you so much. And Lau, let's get back to the show. You've done one of the craziest things ever, which is you just announced that you were on Epstein's flight. Like, you're the only person, I think, that was like, hey, I was on. Usually people were like, hey, you were on. And you were like, no, let me just tell everybody. Great plane?
It was a plane.
Yeah.
No, it was not. First of all, I don't know.
I'm not going to impress him, right?
I mean, it wasn't like a big plane.
Yeah.
Like, I've been on Donald Trump's plane.
Nice.
Which is, well, it's like a 737.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not like a little G6 or something like that. It's
I love it.
Holy
Right.
shit.
Just flex on him.
A little G.
Okay, but give the context, obviously, to the Epstein thing, because you basically got out ahead of the...
So first of all, I'm in New York for most of my life.
Yeah.
So, you run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house. Bill Cosby came to my house.
You also knew good people.
Yeah, I did know a lot of them, but you don't know these people are swamp creatures until all this stuff comes out.
OJ's innocent. Okay? OJ has done nothing.
Yeah.
Wait, do you know something? Okay, go on. So you're hanging out.
So
with these
anyway,
your besties
yeah.
or-
So in 1993, my wife, who has since passed away, Mary Richardson, she knew Ghislaine Maxwell. And I forget exactly how, but she lived in England, and she knew Ghislaine Maxwell, and she said to me, we were going to Palm Beach to visit my mother over Easter, and she said that Glenn had offered her a flight. So we went on the flight, and we flew down there with them, and then we stayed with my mom, and my kids were all on the flight. This is 93. Yeah, don't look like that.
Terrifying.
That's
I
crazy.
mean, in retrospect, yeah.
Yeah, but I had very, very young kids. I don't know, but anyway, they
made it worse.
The stuff didn't come out about him till I think 2006.
2006, yeah.
Well, that's 13 years later. Nobody knew at that point.
Yeah.
And then sometime in the next year or two, I can't remember when, I did another flight with them because Glenn had called my wife again and said, we want to do like an adventure this weekend. And I said, do you want to go fossil? I knew a paleontologist who worked on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota.
Yeah.
And I had wanted to go out there and do fossil hunting. And I said, do you want to take the kids fossil hunting?
What an awesome weekend activity.
Yeah. So we flew out. We went to Sitting Bull, which is the big mountain that they've carved. We went to Rushmore, and then we spent a day fossil hunting, which was really great. My son found a skull, almost a perfect skull of a saber-toothed tiger. But Epstein at that
Sometimes you say things that my brain can't even comprehend.
As if they're so normal.
You said I summered in Banff. You lost me at Summered In or whatever.
But the fossil hunt, was Epstein on the fossil hunt? Was that the first time he's looked for old
that's the first time I spent time with him.
Oh, wow.
And I realized he was creepy.
Was he? Okay, go.
I'll tell you two things that happened on that flight. First of all, when we got to when we got to Rapid City, there were 2 cars, rental cars waiting, right, SUVs waiting for us to take us out to the fossil hunting. And he took one of them for himself, and then all of us were in the rest of them. And he didn't actually fossil hunt. He stayed in that car, and then he would get out and be on his cell phone when we were at Rushmore or something like that. And when we were fossil hunting, then all the kids filled up boxes with fossils, and we had a great time, but he was not a participant. And then on the way back, I was asking him about how he made his money, because I knew that he had been a teacher at Dalton School.
Yeah.
And he told me that, and I asked him, and I knew then he was the money manager for Les Wexler, on the Limited.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the Limited.
Yeah.
So I said to him, how did you go from being a math teacher at Dalton School to that?
So, okay, good.
And he said that some Chinese people had approached him who had been taken advantage of by American grifters, and they had lost a lot of money, and they asked him to find the money for them, and he succeeded in doing it. And that was that was the launch pad for his career. So that didn't make any sense to me, because it just raised 50 more questions, like how did the Chinese guys find you at Dalton School? So anyway, that, when somebody's talking to you and you have a meter that is like, this doesn't make any sense. And he's told me something else on that flight, which was, I said to him, I asked him about something about investing in the stock market. And he said, I don't invest in anything on the stock market unless I have inside knowledge. So, and I had just met him, and he was telling me that he was committing federal crimes.
Only insider trading.
And then the plane landed in Chicago. We thought we were going down to New York, and it landed in Chicago, and he got off the plane. And there was a limousine waiting for them, or a Mercedes waiting for them there, and it had a very beautiful blonde, very beautiful woman standing next to it. And he said, my plans have changed. I need to go to Europe. And he got off our plane, and they took the Mercedes to another plane on the tarmac, and he and the girl got on it. And Glenn was sitting in our plane crying and never explained it. But I just thought that he's a creep.
Yeah. What do you think her involvement in that whole...
I have no idea. I don't have any information. My kids...
Did you get a vibe from her like you got from him?
No, I didn't.
So you see, sometimes...
But I don't know. I mean, I was thinking about it.
Of course, yeah.
And I knew, I felt like she was raised in wealth and privilege, incredible, top of the aristocracy, and everybody knew her.
Her father is Robert Maxwell.
Robert Maxwell and her brother, who was the heir apparent. Robert Maxwell then dies in this very weird way off a boat.
Yeah.
And in the Mediterranean, it could be suicide. It could be, something else. So, and then the brother then then they find out, then his whole empire collapses, and it turns out that he's been stealing from the labor unions, and the entire fortune disappears.
Yeah.
And Glenn then comes to the United States. You know, it's hard for them to live
Oh.
here. And she comes and I
Latches on
think
to
she,
this.
my impression was that, and I don't know, she was always wonderful to me and, you know, kind. But again, you never know about people. But it seemed to me that she was looking for somebody, you know, who to replace the father who had wealth, etc. And then, you know, Jeffrey was the kind of guy who would test
your loyalty
by, you know, continuing to push you to the edge from what I know about him now. So I don't know much about what happened to him then, you know, other than what I read. It's not a big interest to me, but my kids were very, very smart and well-informed and not a conspiracy theories like me, right? One of my older kids said to me, he was definitely killed.
Oh, who?
And it was Connor. And I said, and I was shocked to hear him say that, because usually when I say to him things to him, like, you know, when I say something to him about, he's skeptical of me. Right. So, and that's their job as kids. You want to raise kids who don't just believe everything you say.
Absolutely.
And I succeeded in doing that.
Easier for you than most. Yeah.
So anyway, he's very, you know, he's very grounded, very well informed. And he said to me,
Jeffries,
it was definitely a murder.
Yeah.
Well, because of the weird circumstances. There's too many weird coincidences.
Follow-up question real quick about this. There's all these people that are kind of with Epstein a lot. You picked up on a creepy vibe from him immediately. Do you have any judgment toward a guy like Bill Gates, who's associated with him a lot? And either, are you like, nah, you must have seen some creepy shit and looked the other way? Because I picked it up very quickly. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't, you know, I don't, I try to stay away from that kind of speculation. Like, if you look at my book, Anthony Fauci, I tell people what I know happened and what can be documented, but I never connect the dots and say, oh, he must have known, or he was motivated by this or that. I try never to look into people's heads. But I did see creepiness immediately. I don't know. The other thing is, and I think Jeffrey immediately realized that I was not a target, that I was not, you know, that I was
You couldn't
not
be an asset. He couldn't manipulate.
that I'm not going to, that I didn't have interest, that I was like, you know, interested in building Riverkeeper, and, you know, so I don't know.
Yeah, and yeah, that's also interesting that you kind of, I don't want to say checked him, but you were vetting him, like just asking him where the money came from.
Yeah,
I think immediately is like, uh-oh, this guy might be able to smell something fishy going on. Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's not going to wow you with money.
Yeah.
He's not going to wow you with experience.
Bitch ass G6. Get out.
Exactly.
This is what 5 pounds of fat looks like. If we want to lose this or more, check this out.
Thinking about starting to run on the treadmill again. I need to drop my belly fat.
Yeah, no, that's total BS.
I think I'm going to start cutting carbs.
Also, total BS.
What am I supposed to do then?
Rubbing citric acid on the stomach for a six-pack, not going to burn fat.
Dr. Drew and my wife Susan here, we want to show you something. You've probably seen this guy all over your feed claiming that cutting carbs isn't necessary for weight loss.
One of the biggest fitness myths is when people say carbs make you fat. Carbs don't make you fat. I'm a big donut guy.
No need for long hours on the treadmill either.
If you think that I spend 3 hours in the gym every single day and all I do is regular steady state cardio all the time, you're wrong.
Now, I know it sounds too good to be true, but let me tell you.
The answer to the question that everybody wants to know, Akash, what is your decision?
In this March 10th, man, this is very tough. In this March 10th,
You said that, like, you know, sometimes you have conspiracy theorist ideas. Based on what you've seen in your life, how can you not conspire? And I
well, you know,
genuinely mean that,
but
like-
by the way, show me a conspiracy theory that I've had that is not either generally accepted or has not demonstrably true.
Yeah, I'm not giving pushback.
It was, you know, I was told that I was a conspiracy theorist because I thought glyphosate, which is Roundup, caused cancer.
Right.
Well, then, you know, I won a $2.2 billion jury verdict on that 3 jury verdicts.
Can you explain what it is, Roundup?
Roundup is
for us city boys.
Yeah, Roundup is an herbicide. It's the most commonly used herbicide on Earth, and the active ingredient is glyphosate. It's made by Monsanto. It kills everything green except plants that have been genetically altered to be Roundup resistant. And so, you have Roundup Ready corn where the seeds have been altered so that, and you can fire all the farm workers who used to wear backpack sprayers and spray the weeds when they were competing. And you saturate the entire landscape from an airplane with glyphosate, and everything green will die except for the corn.
Yeah.
So now they have Roundup Ready corn, they have Roundup Ready soy. And glyphosate is everywhere now. It's in your kids' Cheerios. It's in the wine. It's in beer. It's in everything. But what we did, we sued on behalf of home gardeners. And we had about 40,000 home gardeners who had gotten non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from Roundup. And the reason we sued on home gardeners is because home gardeners are very careful about chemical exposures. And we could not sue on behalf of farm workers because farm workers are exposed to everything, atrazine, neonicotinoids, all of this wide range of, and so you can't really, there's so many
which thing is actually causing the cancer. But with home gardeners, you could.
Yeah, we could isolate it, and we could say, we get them on the stand and say, did you ever use another pesticide?
No.
Never. Why did you use it? Because they had a picture on the front of it that had a guy spraying with bare feet and his shirt off. And it said, safer than aspirin, safer than anything. You can drink it,
Yeah.
And so we represented home gardeners, and we won a series. We won $289 million the first suit. An African-American groundskeeper for a school in Northern California who'd gotten it all over his body. He was getting it. He was carrying a sprayer that leaked, and he was getting these pustulating lesions. He called up Monsanto, and he said, could this be from the Roundup? And they either didn't answer the phone or they told him no. And he kept using it, and then they, covered his whole body, and he was dying when we tried the case.
Is the massive accomplishment. I think to reinforce what Andrew was saying is an idea of I think people will just kind of write you off as conspiracy theorists. I think his point is to empathize with what you've seen in your life. We say assassinated because it's not personal for us. Your dad is murdered. Nobody really understands what happened. Your uncle is murdered as the president. Nobody's really clear on what happened. So obviously a guy who grows up like that is going to see these theories and be like, I'm not dismissing any of this because of what happened to me in my life. I think that's what you're trying to say.
100%.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think that's where it's people can write you off as conspiracy theorists, but also empathize, agree or disagree with, of course, you probably would be too.
Why wouldn't you be skeptical? Especially if it's, I don't know. Do you believe that there were government agencies involved in the deaths of your father and uncle?
Yeah, clearly there was government agencies involved, not only in the death of my uncle, but the cover-up. And, I'm an attorney. Just with the evidence, without doing any discovery, with the evidence out there now that is accumulated about my uncle's death, there's over 1 million documents. Many of the people involved have made confessions, including E. Howard Hunt, David Atlee Phillips, David Morales, Charles Harrelson, Woody's father, who was, involved peripherally in it, and many, many others who were involved have confessed. But also, there's hundreds of thousands of documents that show what happened, and you have a 60-year CIA effort to make sure nobody sees that.
Okay, so can you tell us what one you think happened based on those documents and based on what those people said, and then also what the CIA has done to squash those voices?
The best evidence is that the CIA was involved in a project to assassinate Castro. And in order to promote that project, they recruited there's a CIA station chief in Miami, and the head of the project was a guy called Bill Harvey, who hated my father. My father and him just tangled with each other from the beginning. And my father was Attorney General, but he was also overseeing the CIA. And Harvey hated my father, and my father extremely disliked him. And Harvey was running the Cuba project, including the assassination project, and he recruited 3 big mob families to help him assassinate Castro. Santos Traficante from Tampa, Florida, and Sam Giancana from Chicago, and Carlos Marcello, who was the Dallas and New Orleans crime chief. And
these are Italian mafia families or Cuban?
Well, actually, Carlos Marcella is of Italian descent, but he was Tunisian. He was born in. He's a very interesting character. My father once, at one point, they deported him because he was here illegally, and he was a tiny little guy, and he ran the whole mob family, the mob from Dallas to New Orleans.
Wow.
My father, at one point.
Which mob, though? The Italian mob? Or?
Yeah, those are the 3 most powerful mafia families. And
Wow.
the reason they were involved is they all had casinos in Havana.
Got it.
And when Castro, that was this big thing. In fact, when I've talked to Castro, I've met with him a number of times.
Really?
Yeah, and I asked him, are you getting capitalism in it back? And he said, yeah, we're going to get it, carefully bring it back, but never the casinos. And the casino, because he thought that had corrupted the whole country.
So this is interesting. So there's the interest from the Italian mafia families because they're profiting off of these casinos. Americans are flying down there. They're spending tons of money in these casinos. They're extracting
they were
everything.
making millions on those casinos.
So they're incentivized to get him the fuck out of here. So it's easy for the U.S. government.
So they can go back and bring their casinos back.
I get it.
They want to turn into Vegas.
Okay.
So they and Bill Harvey, the CIA agent, had a liaison to all of those mobs, and that guy was named Johnny Roselli. And Johnny Roselli was actually murdered, I think, in 1973 when Congress reopened the Warren Commission. And it's called the Church Committee, and they tried to, actually Gary Hart, who I've talked to about this, they subpoenaed Johnny Roselli. Oh, he was supposed to come talk to the committee, and he never showed up.
A little bit later, but for right now, 2 things going on. And so as I'm watching the State of the Union address, I'm on Truth Social, and nothing is loading. Nothing is loading properly. So it was very strange. And of course, now I think maybe their servers were just overloaded. I'm not saying there was anything, no shenanigans or anything like that going on, but it did seem kind of strange to me. So what I did is kind of cut to some other. I was really hoping to go back and forth, but it just was not working. I wanted to play what Biden was saying, play the audio of Biden, and then show Truth Social, the things that were happening on Truth Social. Obviously, that didn't really work out. That didn't work out too well, but that's okay. Because I do have the Truth Social here pulled up, and I really wanted to catch this in real time, but I don't know if anyone else had this issue, but it would not load on my computer. It just would not load. So that was out. But I figured I did want to cover some of these things that Donald Trump was posting here. There's some good stuff here. And then, of course, also go over some of the MAGA response to the State of the Union. I thought this would be interesting. It's not that long, too. It looks like it's just looks like she's only on for maybe 20 minutes or so. But I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to, oh, no, actually, maybe not. It may still even be live. Now that I look about it. But the interview that we were just watching was RFK. This is from Flagrant. Great. This interview was really good. And I'm only like maybe 15, 20 minutes in it, and I'm already finding things that I want to clip. So I'm really happy with that. But Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I think you're right. We may be into some of the same conspiracy theories and all that stuff, but this just looks like their server could not handle how many people were on there. And it's, we know that Twitter had the same issue, right? When they tried to go live the first time with Ron DeSantis and all the issues they had, but Trump is not going to put up with that. He's definitely going to want more servers. It's interesting, though, right, that the other day, Elon Musk and him apparently had some type of meeting or something. So I'm curious to see how all of that went. I heard it didn't go that well, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, we weren't there. I wasn't there, so I don't really know what happened with that. But I'd be curious to see if anything comes out of that. What would be awesome to come out of that is that Elon Musk would host a debate on Twitter, do a video Twitter, actually the first video on Twitter, and host it and have RFK Jr. versus President Trump. I'm not expecting Biden to actually show up to a debate. The State of the Union is something that, they've been planning for. He can do it, and they can practice it and do it over and over and over again. The debate is going to be very different, as we all know, as we all saw in 2016 and in 2020. And I don't know if I'm the only one, but I really thought Trump won in 2020, won both of the debates in 2020. There's supposed to be 3, but as we know, only 2 ended up happening because Trump got COVID. And he actually got COVID like right after he was, tested positive for COVID right after the first one. And then they had the second one later. I believe that is, I have to go back, but anyways, I'll be very shocked if Biden actually accepts to debate. But we know that RFK Jr. is. And RFK Jr. has posted on Twitter, bring it on. I should actually pull that up because that was another great little thing that I saw. Let me see if I can pull that up. Here it is. Here's Kennedy. Let's see. The State of Our Union. This was really good. If you haven't seen that, that was really good. So I always try to follow whatever Kennedy and Trump are saying. This is all. It's weird how it kind of caches some of the old things. Like you can see April 2023. So what I'll have to do is either have to log in. And then all of a sudden it's really weird. I don't know. I don't really understand that. But anyone who wants to know my user and password. So there is, please go and watch that. You can see that. You can go to Kennedy24.com, or you can look at Team Kennedy 24 or Kennedy 24 on YouTube. And that's where it is. This is awesome. It was a great interview. But what I wanted to do is show one thing that I saw the other day, coming soon. That was pretty cool. But he talks about the debates and he says, bring it on. And I think that's very important. So it was a very important statement. Hopefully I could find it. Where they are talking about the debates. Hopefully I should probably not going to be able to find it. It's got to be here somewhere. I may have to look it up. They talk about Super Tuesday. All right, I'm going to have to look it up in my notebook because I know it's here somewhere. I know that I have that. Where it just says bring it on. What date was that? Must have been yesterday. Darn. All right. Well, I don't know why I'm not able to find it now. I thought it was up there. It was a good article, but the article, well, it may not have been something that was posted here. It may have been posted on his website, but no, I don't know. Anyways, I'm getting way off topic here from what I really wanted to go over. But anyway, so basically Kennedy should be able to insert himself into the debates. So we'll see how that goes. All right, I'm going to move on for now. I'm going to play or look at a little bit some of the stuff that my camera. I'll look at some of these things that were said by President Trump here. So it looks like the last one was maybe about 8 minutes ago. And he says, the story is that he got through it. He's still breathing and they didn't have to carry him out in a straitjacket. Other than that, he did not do a very good job. I'd probably agree with that. I don't really think he did a great job or anything, or even a good job. But what I am going to do while I fix my camera is go here and play some of the MAGA response to the State of the Union. I'll be back.
Rumble Studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for joining us for the MAGA response to Joe Biden's State of the Union. In the next few minutes, we're going to recap our experiences there on the House floor, and I'm joined with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia's 14th District. We've got a lot to unpack just from the actual speech itself, but if you jump on X right now, probably what you're going to see is you on the House floor with the beautiful hat that you're wearing right now.
Yeah, that's right. Seems to be trending right now. Well, I caught a bunch of flack from the Democrats. I mean, they were yelling at me, screaming at me when I put it on. But I put it on for a reason, and that's because these are the policies we believe in. Make America great again. Of course, I unapologetically support President Trump. And it was interesting to confront Secretary Mayorkas, was the first one that I talked to when I tried to hand him one of these pens, the Say Her Name Laken Riley pen. This is the pen, Brian, that I handed out on the House floor to many of my colleagues, Republican colleagues. Democrats wouldn't take them, and handed out this pen because today we also passed the Laken Riley Act. But I'll continue on and let you know how that went.
Yeah. Okay. So if you're just now joining us, welcome. It was kind of been a long evening. Joe Biden was officially about 15 to 20 minutes late coming out. And of course, let the rumors fly that he had to get medically ready, prepared.
He also spent about 20 minutes walking to the podium too.
Prepared to walk down there. So we're glad you're joining us. We're going to first I want to talk about what the tone was. You've been to several State of the Unions. I predicted that this year's would be a little bit more fiery due to the state of our economy right now in the country and all the problems that we have. And I kept asking myself, what is Joe Biden going to actually talk about to inspire America and say that the things that he's done good? So, but set the scene, what it felt like in there, and as he walked by you. And there's amazing video right now where you confronted him. Walk me through that.
So the first one I confronted was Secretary Mayorkas. I want to start with him. The House impeached Secretary Mayorkas. Those were my articles of impeachment that we passed on the House floor. Historic. As a matter of fact, this is one of the only Republican accomplishments we've had this Congress. And when Secretary Mayorkas came walking down the aisle, I was sitting, my seat was right by the aisle, so I was standing up right there, and I held this pen out, and I said, Secretary Mayorkas, and he turned to me, and I said, say her name, Laken Riley, say her name, and take this pen. And his face went stone cold, and he wouldn't say a word, and he wouldn't take the pen. And then he kept going. And that was first when the cabinet came through. But when they announced the president of the United States, Joe Biden, and he came in, of course, he was shaking hands, talking with everyone back and forth. And I happened to be videoing him with my own phone. I had the MAGA hat on. I had my hat on, and he'd seen it as he was coming down the aisle. He saw me with it on. And the first time he saw me, he went like that. His head back and got his eyes real big. And then he said hello to some more people. And then he turned to me, and I held the pen up, and I said, say her name, Laken Riley. And I offered him the pen, and he actually took the pen, and he said, I will say her name, but he didn't say it. He didn't say Laken Riley. And he looks absolutely like he does not care. He looks like he could care less about Laken Riley. But he knows it's an issue for him.
Yeah. Well, it took about almost 50 minutes to talk about to even mention the border or immigration crisis. And it really took him a lot of time just to talk about what was hurting America right now. If you remember the top of the State of the Union, he talked about Ukraine. He came out of the gate talking about Ukraine and the fact that we need to fight Putin. And he's going to stand. It's never going to happen. He's never going to stop. He's not going to send your sons and daughters to war, which we've heard him say. We've heard Zelensky actually say that as well. So this, I think, to put the first issue you talk about is Ukraine, just shows you where their mind is right now. It's because it's a conveyor belt of money, our money, your money, going to Ukraine. He is missing the mark with America right now.
Oh, he's missing it big. It's not a popular issue with Americans. As a matter of fact, it's become a 70% issue that Americans do not want to fund the war in Ukraine. So of course, but this is a Washington, D.C. war, and the establishment wants the money. Brian, I also thought it was interesting. He kept talking about taxes. And I yelled out to him one of the times he was talking about taxes, I yelled out, Hunter needs to pay his taxes. Because don't forget, Hunter Biden is actually in big trouble with the Department of Justice right now for not paying his taxes.
What did people say to you when you say stuff like that? And you had a Democrat sitting right next to you. You told me she was kind of the whole time.
Actually, she agreed. She said he does need to pay his taxes.
Okay, well.
So she agreed with me. And I was like, well, good. I'm glad to hear it. You usually don't hear that. You usually hear defense of Hunter. I serve on the oversight committee, so I'm used to listening to Jamie Raskin constantly defend Hunter Biden in our investigation into the Biden crime family. But the representative, the Democrat rep sitting to my left, she actually agreed that Hunter does need to pay his taxes. And Joe Biden completely ignored when I yelled out, Hunter needs to pay his taxes.
Yeah. Okay, so he went into Ukraine, Russia. That was the first coming out of the gate. It took him a while to even talk about the economy. It seemed like to me it was an attack on corporations, how he was going to make you pay your fair share. He kept talking about this. So far, he's going to attack or tax corporate America. And, you know, of course, that gets the applause from all the Democrats because they all think that, you know, corporations don't pay their fair share. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, that's where the irony was for me. Back to Hunter Biden, because here's Joe Biden saying the rich pay their fair share. He wants to tax corporations at a higher tax rate. Make no mistake. If Democrats are in control of the White House next year, they're going to raise taxes and they're going to raise it on everyone. But the irony of the entire thing, Brian, is as Joe Biden has talked about raising taxes on corporations and making the rich pay their fair share, his own son took in tens of millions of dollars from foreign countries, foreign agents, foreign businesses, because Joe Biden has held power in this town for longer than I've been alive. Over 50 years, he's held power. And so this family has gotten rich off of him selling out his political power, selling out political favors. And then he's lecturing about, raising taxes on the rich. And his own son, Hunter Biden, hasn't paid his taxes and should be in jail for not paying his taxes.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about some of the fact checking here in terms of what he said and the reality of it. We'll start with the economy. He says Biden claims that the Biden administration's economy plan is working. Well, if you want to fact check that, the American people can't afford the Biden economy. If you look at grocery prices are up 21%, gas prices up 40%. I would hardly say that the economy under Joe Biden is something that America wants.
No.
2/3 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck right now, and Americans need an additional $11,400 to afford the same standard that they had under a Trump administration. So the fact that he's saying this economy is so good right now, I just don't know any other way to say that's a bunch of crap. And he's trying to convince people that by paying more money, your economy, you're actually doing well.
Well, let's talk about the economy. Democrats are the party of shutdowns during COVID. So it's interesting to hear him stand up there and brag about the economy and how well the economy is doing when the Democrats were the ones that shut it down and kept it shut down for far longer than it should ever have been. They caused businesses to go out of business. They forced kids to stay home out of school. Many people lost their jobs because of Democrat vaccine mandates and forced them to get the vaccine against their will. And that should have never happened. Here's some of the inflation numbers. By the way, which was so interesting when he claimed inflation had come down. Well, due to inflation because of Joe Biden, we've got electricity is up 28.6% since Biden took office. Food prices are up 20.8%. Rent of primary residence is up 19.5%. It goes on. Motor vehicle insurance up 20%. I mean, the list is on and on. Americans cannot afford to get their groceries, can't afford gas, can't afford electricity bills because of Joe Biden's economy, and Joe Biden's inflation. So I don't know where he gets his numbers. He's flat out lying to the American people.
Yeah, when he says inflation is down, the fact that inflation is up. And think about this. Inflation really affects the people the hardest is the lower income. They are hit the hardest. And apparently the Democrats claim they represent the minority, low income people in our country, but those are the ones that are getting hit the hardest. Once again, Joe Biden is not connected to the American people. He is still in this elitist bubble. They live in a shield around them. And they will say anything to convince you that their plan is the right plan, when in fact, the facts, and he kept saying that throughout the night, just the facts, that the numbers.
No, it's
do
not
not look. Do not agree with him.
No, the numbers don't lie. So let's go over the numbers. What drives inflation? A lot of what has driven inflation is from the COVID stimulus money that was pumped into the economy. One of the lies that he lied about is the Biden administration. He claimed the Biden administration cut the deficit by 1.7 trillion. That's an absolute lie, folks. I've been in Congress ever since Joe Biden became president. The Biden administration has added $5 trillion to the national debt. It's 3 out of the top 5 worst deficits have occurred under the Biden administration. The other 2 were the Great Recession and the COVID pandemic. Here's the truth. Because of the spending that's happened during the Biden inflation and when Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House, that is one of the biggest drivers of inflation that is crippling the American people. Joe Biden claims he cares about the middle class. He doesn't care about the middle class. All of his policies are destroying the middle class. And he clearly didn't even mention the poor. More people have been driven into poverty because of Joe Biden's presidency and his horrific economic policies and the Biden inflation. So
She's definitely right. I just want to go and cover a little bit more of Trump's Truth Social posts here before I head off here. Let's see. So 24 minutes ago, Katie Britt was a great contrast to an angry and obviously disturbed president. She was compassionate and caring, especially concerning women and women's issues. Her conversation on migrant crime was powerful and insightful. Great job, Katie. All right. So I must have missed that. I will have to open up another YouTube because not only are we looking at the response from MAGA here, but apparently there is also a response probably from the GOP, the Grand Old Party. So I will go back to that in a few minutes. But first, I do want to see if there's anything else that he was. I mean, he said a lot of stuff, obviously, in such a quick fashion. If you get rid of TikTok, Facebook, and Zuckersmuck will double their business. Interesting. I don't want Facebook, who cheated in the last election, doing better. They are a true enemy of the people. That's interesting there. I have to retruth that one. 47 minutes ago, this was an angry, polarizing, and hate-filled speech. He barely mentioned immigration, or the worst border in the history of the world. He will never fix immigration, nor does he want to. He wants our country to be flooded with migrants. Crime will raise to levels never seen before, and it is happening very quickly. He didn't stand up to Putin. He gave Putin Ukraine. Trump also says, That may be the angriest, least compassionate, and worst State of the Union speech ever made. It was an embarrassment to our country. Don't shake his hand. He's been coughing into it the entire time. He's got a point there. Whoa, that's creepy. It's something I don't want to see this late at night. It's 28 seconds. I'm scared to play it.
We're going to buy American. We're going to buy American. Folks,
That
some
is
trade
creepy. Hold on.
rules.
I'm gonna play. See if I can play that. Probably won't let me play it because my screen is too big. Let's see.
We're going to buy American. We're going to buy American. Folks, some trade rules. Buy America has been
That's
the law
creepy.
since 1933. Also caps and won't go into effect until 2025. By the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires.
That is hilarious. Okay.
We're going to buy American. We're going to buy American. Folks, some trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933. Also caps and won't go into effect until 2025.
That's hilarious.
By the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires.
Oh, that's hilarious. All right, let's see what else President Trump has tweeted or retweeted. I do got to come back to that one. That's just crazy and creepy. Whether the fake news media likes to admit it or not, there was tremendous misrepresentation and lies in that speech. But the people of our country get it, and they know that November 5th will be the most important day in our nation's history. It took him over 50 minutes to get to immigration and then said nothing about it. He said, I bowed down to the Russian leader. He said, I bowed down to the Russian leader. He gave them everything, including Ukraine. I took away Nord Stream 2. He gave it to them. He was a puppet for Putin and Xi and virtually every other leader. It's over. This is like a shouting match. Every line is being shouted. He posts, that's a nice photo there. Under Trump, Iran was weak and broke. Under Biden, Iran is rich and funding terror. He made Iran rich. This is why we have the problems in the Middle East. With me, Iran was broke. He is the reason that the Middle East is blowing up. What happened to Nancy? He made Iran. It's okay. He's doubling it up. Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. He weaponized government against his opponent. Didn't talk about that. Never happened before. Today's Radical Democrat Party wants to legalize drugs, shoplifting. Let's see a few memes here. Get to more of his comments. His comments were, that's what I really wanted to see. It was just, nothing would work. Everything was buffering. Trump says he's done nothing for Israel to what I have done. It's only words he speaks, not truth. What else? He's having a hard time now. The words are not flowing smoothly out of his mouth. What a contrast between Republicans and Democrats. He wants to take away everyone's guns. Remember that when you go to the voting booth, because if I'm not elected, your guns are gone along with your freedom. A little bit of fear there, fear tactics here. He's talking about violence, but migrant violence is leading the worst crime wave in history. Other countries are laughing at our stupidity on climate. The Green New Scam is destroying our economy and our country. I like how he calls Gavin Newsom Newscom. Endorsed by Vladimir Putin. Pass the freedom to cheat in voting act, which is really what he wants. See, as he's getting ready to cough yet again into his right hand, the fake news media rushes him off the screen. Don't shake people's hands going out. He keeps coughing into his right hand. His border bill is a disaster. It would let at least 5,000 migrants in a day. Why are they calling these illegal immigrants? These are not migrants. These are illegal, not even that. They're illegal aliens. They're not supposed to be here. So his border bill is a disaster. It would let at least 5,000 migrants in a day, and that is not one of the bigger aspects of it. Any other tweets? Trump derangement syndrome. Biden talked about Snickers bars before he talked about the border. Inflation under Biden is killing America. Republicans have no plan to cut Social Security, a made-up story by Crooked Joe. There was definitely a lot of things that were very strange that Joe Biden was saying that you knew were just completely wrong. They only show the Democrats clapping. They rarely show the other side of the room. It's called the Republican side. That's true. There was a lot of people not clapping or not doing anything. I think military and the justices, the Supreme Court justices, will just sit there and just out of respect to both parties, I think they don't clap or anything like that. They don't want to show that they're taking sides, but it definitely seemed like there was a lot more Republicans there, which there should be. It's pretty close in the House, but there should be more Republicans there. But yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting who was clapping and who wasn't when the very few times that they did show. And he says the coughing, always a cough. There was a lot of coughing there. There was a lot of coughing there. The drugs are wearing off, Trump said about an hour ago. All reduction pricing was done by us and kicked in after we left. Yeah, that's a point. That's one of those things that Trump, there's a lot of things that happen that Trump doesn't get credit for, that Biden could take credit for. And there could be a lot of things maybe Obama did that Trump took credit for, right? Back in 2016, so they say, 2017. But whatever it is, we know that the first day in office, Biden was already undoing just about everything that Trump had done by executive order. But Biden couldn't do an executive order to stop the crisis at our border. That doesn't make sense because he undid what Trump did. Trump has said several times, all that Biden had to do was do nothing. And he could have taken credit for these things. He could have taken credit for a lot of things that President Trump did. But instead, Biden chose to undo a lot of things that President Trump did, and now is being forced to redo it, but trying to make it look like it's him that's doing it and not his own fault for undoing what he should have never undone. And that goes back to, well, if Biden would have just let everything go, he could have taken credit for a lot of things too, a lot of more things. So that's it's very interesting. That's why I think these things aren't accidental. And maybe some of them are, but I don't believe that a lot of them are accidental. Maybe by some people, but if we go back to the same script, we went back to the same script that was happening for probably many, many years. If you go back as far as John F. Kennedy, after they took him out, even before him, before he even got in, there just seemed to be this program, this plan that was there. And every now and then along comes somebody who kind of disrupts that plan. And I think John F. Kennedy was one of those as a president. There were a lot of other people within the real civil rights social movement that also disrupted things, and they got taken out too. We know that. Going from Martin Luther King to Malcolm X, probably a lot of people that we never will hear of too. Robert F. Kennedy Sr. Robert F. Kennedy Sr. was a big threat because he was going to be the next president. I truly believe that if he wouldn't have been killed. He won California, which, was a big deal at that time. Maybe not so much of a big deal if a Kennedy were to win California today. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, it would be a very big deal because RFK Jr. is not running as a Democrat now. He is running as an independent. So it'd be a huge deal. He needs 75,000 signatures, 75,000 people to switch their voting party in California, or for 75,000 people who aren't affiliated with any party And that could be any party, the Libertarian Party. It could be the just people who are not affiliated with any party. And I think that's why Kennedy has a good chance to go after the younger people in California, those new voters who are just looking at Biden like, what's going on here? Looking at Trump like they just see too much baggage, so they don't want to go for Trump. But or even if they do, they should recognize, I think every Trump voter should recognize it's good to have that third person there. It's good because that's what Trump really is. He's a third party candidate. He's the real rhino. Trump is. He's not a Republican. He may have Republican views and may, I think a lot of Republicans line with him, but I don't consider myself a Republican or a Democrat. And I align closely with what Trump says and what Trump does, and what just by his actions too. That's the main thing. By their actions, you will know them. And I align very closely with a lot of things that RFK Jr. says too. And I don't really see, now we know they're both not a part of the, I know, I'll speak for myself. They're not really a part of the two-party system. These are the real rhinos and the real dinos at this point. Because Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is not running as a Democrat, even though he could align himself with Democrats, but he could align himself with the Republican, the conservative, all that stuff. It's all putting people into labels and trying to get people to put themselves into this little box, when in reality, we're not really a part of these labels, right? We're just regular people who believe this, or we agree with this person on that, or we disagree with this person on this issue. So the issues can always change for what we agree with and what we disagree with. So I don't want to say that I'm going to vote as a Republican or vote as a Democrat. I grew up more on the Democrat side, and then kind of realized they were just as bad as the Republicans, and started looking for other parties. The Green Party, I voted for the Green Party at one point. I love the Libertarian Party, but I also remember when I was younger, I go back to Ross Perot, and I thought that was great. It was not just Bill Clinton and George Bush. We have this other third person, and it stuck out to me because in my lifetime, and even the little history that I did look back with the presidents in the past, you have to go way back to really get to where it was more than just two parties, this two-party system, right? Maybe before the Civil War, probably, I would think you would have to go back that far. But when they first started voting in this country, it was just whoever got the most votes was the president. Whoever got the second most was the vice president. And you go back and look at how the Whig Party, all of these different parties, the Democrat Party came much, much later. But we never want to just have two parties. So I'm never going to join the Republican Party. I'm never going to go back to the Democrat Party. But I'm just going to vote for the person that I like best. I'm going to vote for the person that I believe aligns with my views and my thinking, and who I believe is the best person. I'm never going to vote for evil. I never would vote for Donald Trump if I thought he was the lesser of two evils, and nobody should. That's not a good reason to ever vote for anyone. You don't vote for evil. You vote for someone because you believe that they are a good person who will do a good thing, or don't vote for them. That doesn't mean you don't show up and vote, because you can still show up and vote for no one. You can still show up and vote and let them know you don't like anybody that's on this ballot. But instead of having two choices, now we have three. And that's a big, big deal. But in California, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. needs 75,000 people to get his name on the ballot. To get his name on the ballot, there's a party that they create. I should probably pull that up since I'm talking about it here. But I think I'm going to have to pull that up. Unless I have anything more on that, I'm going to play a little bit of this MAGA. And there's more of Trump speaking. I can't wait until President Trump actually does do a video. And I think his next rally is coming up soon, because we have the vote. He's going to clinch the vote next week, more than likely, because now that the neocon Nikki is out of it, and it's just President Trump, and that's it. No one else is running on the Republican side. All the work that I've been doing, all the research that I've been doing, everything I've been writing out, calculating these numbers, doesn't really mean that much. anymore. It's nothing that we didn't know. I think we all knew that Trump was going to win the Republican primaries. I thought he would have done it a lot sooner, and we'll see what happens. But I don't like where I'm hearing about Nikki Haley, and they're like, as if she has some type of big following. I don't believe she does. I really don't. And I don't believe that Trump should reach out to her or anything like that. No, that doesn't make any sense, because they still want Trump to be the old school Republican, and he's not. If that's what you want, then vote for Nikki Haley, vote for somebody else. That's not who President Trump is. He's a smart businessman. So he can get sued by somebody and lose, like he did against Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and they can still be friends, and he can still fly Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on his private plane after this guy just defeated him in court. And that's exactly what happened. That is a fact. And those are some little known stories that I'm sure as the debates come out, those are going to come out soon. It'll definitely be in my book. I'm going to cover as much of that as I possibly can. But Kennedy and Trump are very similar. Their histories are very similar. This is the debate that I want to see. And this is the debate. If I was Biden, this is the debate that I would want to be part of, because he can sit back for the most part and let these two go at it. But it may end up just being RFK Jr. and President Trump. Now, I did see a Twitter post from RFK Jr. that was talking about the debates. I specifically remember seeing that post on Twitter, but it's not up now. So I don't know what happened with it, unless it was one of those text messages that I got. I'll have to go back and see if maybe that's where I saw it, but I remember seeing it, and he was saying, bring it on. And the article, I actually may even still have the article somewhere. No, I may not have it now, but yeah, no, I don't have it now. But Kennedy was definitely talking about participating in the debates, which for him is a very smart thing. He needs to. I think we want to see that. I want to see it. I think a lot of Americans want to see that too. I think a lot of people across the country would want to see that. They want to see what a debate between a Kennedy and Donald Trump will look like. And we can get that, and we are very close. Kennedy doesn't, he says he's going to get on all 50 states. I believe he can do it. I think if anybody can, Kennedy can. But what does he need to do to qualify to participate in these debates? Obviously, if he gets on every 50 states, well, the Libertarian Party got on every 50 states too, right? They got on all these ones. We don't see them up there on that debate stage. Kennedy is still going to have to work harder. So even after he gets the votes, gets the signatures to get on the ballot, then he needs to really, how's he going to garner up all of that to get on the debate stage the way that everything is? And doing it through somebody like Tucker Carlson, maybe Elon Musk, I think is an awesome idea. And that's the debate. And just bypass Joe Biden, which is what I really wanted. Because I really feel like if Kennedy would have stayed, half of me feels if Kennedy would have stayed in the Democrat Party, we wouldn't even be in this spot. Joe Biden would have probably got knocked out by this point. Maybe. But then you also have to look at why Kennedy dropped out. Because the DNC made it so difficult for him to participate. And you can see that by the other candidates. You know, Biden didn't deep debate them, didn't want to deep debate them or anything. And so it was a total blow up, but the DNC made it very difficult to even qualify for these different states. And Kennedy has broken this down very eloquently and shown why he had to move on and had to be part of no party. And now in certain states, he is saying, there is a way, there is a path to victory. I should pull that up because that is another great thing. I am going to pull that up here and just kind of cover this briefly. Of course, I say that. And then, so this is Kennedy24.com. Now, again, here we go. State site directory. Everything just looks smooth. Where is the There was an area here. There it is. Find your state. Find your state. Campaign events. But there's a map. There's supposed to be a map. Okay, so the map shows there it is. But there's a key here that showed, okay, how is he doing in each different state? Where? Okay, I'm going to have to look around because I know I have it. Hopefully I saved it. Please let me have saved it. Yes, I did. Very interesting. All right, so let me share this tab. Good thing I say it, bookmark this one. So I've been looking for it forever. This is the ballot access headquarters for Team Kennedy here. Now, what we're looking at is the ones in dark purple. Those are in. His name needs to go on the ballot. So he's on the ballot in Nevada, Utah, Hawaii, and New Hampshire. And here's an interesting thing, like Idaho, right? Idaho, he's got the numbers. He is at least allowed to collect the signatures to get on the ballot in Idaho. Take Idaho for example here, okay? And he only needs 1,000. That's it. This will just get him on the ballot. Well, he just had a court case, and he won that court case because they were trying to keep him off the ballot in the state. Now that he's on the ballot. But the requirement is, look at this. So this is why these colors, which I guess is like, what, a light teal or something. If the window is open, but he needs to announce, we cannot start collecting votes in Idaho, start collecting signatures in Idaho, I should say. We cannot start collecting signatures in Idaho until until RFK Jr. announces his vice presidential candidate. Once that happens, then all we need to get is 1,000 votes in the state of Idaho. That's it. 1,000 signatures. Well, all we need to get is 1,000 signatures in the state of Idaho. And from what I hear, we now have until August, not February here. We have until August. So he doesn't have to announce it until August, but we have that time to get 1,000 people to sign a petition to get Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s name on the ballot. That's it, just to get him on the ballot. That can happen. This is what he is dealing with here. Now, in some of these other states, you can see like the light purple. This means that these are in progress. You can go to kennedy24.com/ballot-access. That's how I got here to what we're looking at. Montana, Wyoming, Arizona. So these things are in progress. Now the window open and then the window. So where's the window not open? That's when we want to look at, like Texas. The window is not open yet. New Mexico, it's not open. Colorado, it's not. Although with what happened with Trump, that may help open that door. Minnesota is not open. And this is interesting. Minnesota is pretty interesting because Kennedy was scheduled, according to Jesse Ventura, former governor and WWE Hall of Famer Jesse Ventura, the greatest color commentator of all time for the WWF. Jesse Ventura had something planned with RFK Jr. in Minnesota. This was still when Dennis Kucinich was RFK Jr.'s campaign manager. Dennis Kucinich is no longer RFK Jr.'s campaign manager now. And at one of Kennedy's last rallies, Jesse Ventura introduced him. Jesse Ventura introduced RFK Jr. to the stage, which is very interesting because when Jesse Ventura came on the stage, guess what they played? They played Hulk Hogan's music to Jesse Ventura. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So everything is really upside down, topsy-turvy, pretty crazy, but I'm fascinated by it. So in Minnesota, again, Kennedy just needs 2,000 signatures from a registered voter, and that's really about it. And his name can be on the ballot in that state, and so on and so on. So that's what he's busy doing now. So you can see the window is not even open for that state, but if anyone can open that door, Jesse Ventura can. Now, obviously, the state has come a long way since Jesse Ventura was governor, and I don't mean in a good way, not in a long, good way. And Wyoming, not Wyoming, Wisconsin was another one. Illinois, not surprising. And New York, that's going to be a difficult one. And DC and Rhode Island, too. But what Kennedy is saying in Texas is a big one, New Mexico. A lot of things happened in New Mexico that were related to what happened with his uncle in Texas. And, of course, in other places, too. But there's some interesting things that happened specifically in New Mexico. If you read Dick Russell's book, The Man Who Knew Too Much, the story of Richard Case Nagel covers a lot of interesting things about a man named Richard Case Nagel who shadowed Harvey Lee Oswald leading up to Kennedy's death, to President Kennedy's death in Texas. Very interesting stuff. And then there's Louisiana, Jim Garrison's hometown right there. So the window is still open in a lot of these states, but progress is being made. This is real progress. So you can kind of follow where Kennedy is at in all of these different states. And I will be doing that too. And I don't know, it doesn't mention some of the other places, but these votes can be very, very powerful. In Hawaii, he's there. It sounds like he's locked up, but he had to create a new party in order to get here. So I think he's got that one locked up. Yeah, We the People, the new party for RFK Jr. is used solely for the purpose of satisfying ballot access regulations. Right there, Hawaii is collecting signatures for party ballot access for We the People. I think California is also one of those We the People things. California uses a primary registration system, We the People, a new party that RFK Jr. is using solely for the purpose of satisfying ballot access regulations. So this is what Kennedy is going to be doing, what he's doing now, what he's going to continue to do until he gets on all 50 states. So we will see what happens there. But each state is a little bit different, so you can check this map and find your state and see what is happening. But he's already got a few of them locked up, so he could get some delegates in these key areas here that may set him up for 2028. And that's what I think. That's what I think is going to happen. All right. So we'll go back to some of the MAGA response here while I try to go find the Republican response.
So he just was flat out lying, and I don't know where he gets the facts.
Yeah, I don't know as well. Hey, if you're just now joining us, we are live here in the beautiful studios of Rumble here in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. What a fantastic studio. We want to thank the guys at Rumble for letting us come in here and do this because it's important to get the message out. I know there is a rebuttal that the Republic.
Hey, Ali, how are you, my friend? Good to see you. I was checking out your stream earlier. It was whatever that last video you were playing, I thought was really good. Kind of creepy, but very accurate.
Republicans are having right now, but I just include.
I was watching your live, but then I was kind of also semi-live too. So I'm cutting back and forth. I don't know if you're still live right now or not.
Clear transparency. I don't necessarily think all of those. We want to get to the facts of MAGA and what matters to real Americans. I was sitting next to a gentleman up in the balcony, and I kept seeing all these, Democrats up there that was that they kept cheering and clapping they kept chanting 4 more years. And I was like, 4 more years of what? Inflation, open border, crime in our streets? That's what you want for 4 more years? And it really dawned on me, Marjorie, these people are delusional, and they lust for power, and they'll do anything to get it. And they'll lie to you and I and say, you know what? Things are great, Marjorie. We need 4 more years of what we're seeing. So, but let's talk about that for a second. You got a lot of crap for wearing that hat.
That's right.
Because no political messages, no signs, no hats, things like that.
Yep.
But chanting 4 more years, that's okay.
Yep. Well, there is decorum on the House floor, and we're not supposed to be political in the chamber, in the House of Representatives. It's the people's house. It's not supposed to be political. The State of the Union is not supposed to be a political speech. It's not supposed to be a campaign speech. But tonight's speech for Joe Biden was a campaign speech because he's in big trouble and is in very big trouble because of the number one issue in America, and that is the border. But when I put on this hat, every Democrat in the area sitting around me, and I was sitting right next to the center aisle, so they were everywhere. They all started yelling at me.
What were they saying? Could you understand what they were saying?
Well, a lot of it I couldn't understand because so many were yelling at me at the same time. But one of them was complaining about me wearing a hat, and we're not supposed to wear hats on the House floor. And I said, I'll pay the fine. I said, I'll pay the fine.
What do you think that fine costs?
Well, I
Just
don't
guess.
know, but I do know that I paid over $100,000 in fines last Congress because Nancy Pelosi fined me every single time I walked on the House floor because I refused to wear a mask. And so it could be anywhere like $2,500. I'm not sure,
Okay.
$5,000.
And you don't care. You
$10,000.
knew that going in that you would.
I'll pay the fine, but here's what offended me. Here's what I found to be outrageous is Sergeant at Arms came up and told me that I needed to take the hat off. And I said, I'm not taking the hat off. I refused to take it off. And he said, well, it's decorum. I said, I certainly understand. You do what you need to do. I'll pay a fine. I'll do whatever, a warning, whatever there is, but I'm not taking the hat off. And he said, well, you're going to have to leave or we're going to take you out. And I was like, you can haul me out of here. Go ahead and try it, but I'm not taking this hat off. And I told him, I'm elected by my district. This is the people's house. I will wear this hat. I will wear it here in the House floor because my district supports President Trump, supports Make America Great Again policies, and supports me wearing this hat. I'm not taking it off, and I'm not leaving.
So he threatened to remove you, and you said,
Mhm.
"Fine, if you got to remove me, remove me."
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen them to try to do that.
Me too.
How many Republicans now? Let's talk about this. How many Republicans supported you for wearing that hat? Did you get some high fives and some fist bumps?
I got plenty of support. I had not one single Republican tell me I should take the hat off.
Because if they did, they can probably guarantee they won't be elected next.
They
We know
won't.
how that works out when you turn against the MAGA.
Doesn't work out
It
good.
doesn't work out well. Okay, so let's talk about the border because we knew it was coming. And of course, here's fact check on this. His claim was Congress needs to fix the border crisis. And of course, the fact is the Biden administration has every authority right now to do that tonight. He could do it. Won't do it. The Biden administration took 94 executive orders dismantling border security in the first 100 days. Joe Biden created the crisis with his pen and could have solved it with the same pen, restoring America First border solution. So once again, he placed blame on House Republicans for the border being unsecure, but the facts are there that he has every power in his ability to fix the border.
He absolutely does, Brian. And he's lying to the entire country when he's trying to put the blame on Congress. We did our job. We passed H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in our nation's history. And we got that passed early on this year, and we're very proud of it. The Senate refuses to take up our border bill, and Joe Biden refuses to sign it into law. So he can't blame House Republicans. He can't blame Congress. The reality is that Joe Biden can certainly fix the border. He can fix every single ounce of it with the stroke of his pen, with executive orders. He does not need Congress to make any actions, and he can ask the Senate to pass H.R. 2, and he could sign it into law. But here's the truth. The border and the border crisis is the state of our union. That's the most important issue. It's the number one issue. Poll after poll across the entire country, Republicans and Democrats, it's the number one issue. And that's why saying Laken Riley's name is extremely important. It's recognizing the fact that Americans, innocent Americans, just like Laken Riley, are victims of illegal alien crime. And the fact that this innocent college girl was murdered by an illegal alien, a monster that did not belong in our country and should have been deported, is outrageous, and it's shocking, and it's infuriating to Americans. So for Joe Biden to stand up there and try to blame House Republicans, try to blame Congress for his border crisis is a flat out lie to the American people. We've had over 11 million illegal aliens in our country since Joe Biden came into office. Approximately 2 million of those are known gotaways. I serve on the Homeland Security Committee. I know the numbers, and our entire committee knows the numbers, but 2 million people that we don't know who they are, we don't know where they are, we don't know what they're going to do. That is an extreme crisis, and it is completely Joe Biden's fault. It's the Biden administration's fault. It's the whole reason why we impeached Secretary Mayorkas, and Joe Biden needs to be held accountable for it.
Okay, let's real quickly move on to, and I left the chamber because I couldn't take it anymore. Actually, I couldn't hear it. I needed to get out of there. He claims, let's talk about Gaza for a second, because Joe Biden has received a lot of criticism from many on the progressive left for not calling for a ceasefire, for really being open about that. And we've seen the protests in front of many buildings there in D.C. and on the Capitol. Genocide Joe must go. We've heard the progressive left said they're not going to vote for Joe Biden in this next upcoming election. I say, good. You can stay home all you want. His claim was we need an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Well, the fact is Israel and the world can no longer tolerate Gaza being a terrorist safe haven. Did he talk very much? Did he go into detail on this conflict? Because I would imagine a lot of Democrats on the floor would have really been vocal about that. And maybe I missed it, but you were there for the whole time. So what did you hear on that?
He really tried to straddle both sides of the fence. First, he tried to say that he had the strongest record for Israel, being pro-Israel. And he said, and I'll fight anybody in here on that, is what he told all of us. So he tried to talk very pro-Israel, recognize guests up in the upper chamber, that families who tragically have had a family member either die or kidnapped by Hamas during this horrific attack on Israel. So he tried to, then he swung back the other way and talked about, he used a Hamas talking point, literally used a Hamas talking point, and said that 30,000 Palestinians, innocent Palestinians, had been killed in Israel's war on Gaza. That's what he talked about. Then he went into his support for a two-state solution. So he had a really hard time. He was trying to walk both sides of the aisle. This is a major campaign problem for Joe Biden. Just as you said, Brian, the progressive left have said they are not going to vote for him. And this is interesting. Just today, with all the protesters that have been around, you saw them as well. Some of them are yelling at us, and then the next minute they're not yelling. There was one woman that was saying, she said, many of us are not going to vote for him this election because of he's not supporting Gaza. And they said that they were going to vote for a third party candidate.
Yeah. Well, let them, because they're just going to take away from Joe.
I like that. I'm going to vote for a third party candidate. Guess what? There's one out there. There's a good one out there. His name is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. If you're going to vote for somebody else, that's a great person to vote for. And this is why I really do believe that Kennedy is going to take more votes away from Biden than he is from Trump. I don't really think Kennedy is going to take a lot of votes away from Trump. I really think it's going to be more, he's going to take them away from Biden. But we'll see. Time will tell. And of course, the big question is, what if nobody gets to 270? Then what happens then? Is there some type of a runoff? So the shenanigans are probably going to go on way past November 5th. But I'm curious to see what happens as we get closer. And with these debates where President Trump is saying he'll debate Joe Biden anywhere, anytime, any place. What about RFK Jr.? Would he make that same? Would he also be willing to debate RFK Jr.? And what is it going to take for for Trump to actually start to acknowledge RFK Jr. as a serious candidate and debate him? Now, Trump never shies away from when he's asked about RFK Jr., but it's not asked about RFK Jr. that much. And when he is, RFK Jr. is one of the only people that you may hear President Trump say nice things about. And I mean, as an active, someone who is running against him. And you would just think that Trump would be attacking Kennedy a little bit more, but he hasn't yet. RFK Jr. says at some point he thinks Trump will go after him, but Trump's playing that smart card. He's playing that Trump card there, and he's being really smart about it, about not going after him. And I think it's a brilliant move by the former president. I got a new hat coming soon, and then I got to get some Kennedy gear here too, because I do believe in RFK 2028 and RFK 2032. That's where I'm going. That's what I think is the next step. That's where I think we are headed. Uh-oh, and there goes my camera. So let me fix that camera. And as I do, I will continue on here.
Joe Biden is what they're going to do. Also in here, must note that there was a Harvard CAPS Harris poll found that 80% of Americans, mostly 18 to 24-year-olds, 80% of Americans back Israel over Hamas. So this notion that America, supports Hamas, or that's just simply not true. But it's, this is what they do. They're very they want to polarize and divide America, and I think on this issue they're going that I left a few minutes early. Climate. Did he talk about climate at all? I don't remember hearing any rhetoric about climate change.
That's
Did he stay away from that very important topic?
He was angry grandpa, yelling a lot. Sometimes it was difficult to understand him and hear him. We have the Democrats interrupting and chanting and clapping and cheering, doing their 4 more year chants, which by the way is political too. They're mad at me for wearing a political hat, but chanting 4 more years is totally political. I do not recall him talking about climate change, even though that's like the number one issue. Democrats claim that it's because of the climate that so many migrants are coming across our border. We all know the truth. Joe Biden opened up the border, and that's why they're coming. But no, I didn't hear him say.
It was very surprising we didn't hear anything about a Green New Deal. Okay, so those are my initial observations. Now, I think the tone in this State of the Union was a little different than it was last year, because I think the issues are more extreme. I want you to explain. A lot of people didn't know.
Okay, Ellie. I think that's why we're really, really good friends, and we'll always be really good friends, because we can agree to disagree on this stuff here too. So, if you're still awake, if you do want to, I don't know if you're still streaming or not, but if you do want to come up, you're definitely welcome to. Just let me know. I'll drop the link in there. And you're always welcome, my friend. We'll always be friends. Those had to be the actors. 4 more years. Yeah, I know. And that's a Trump thing. That's what they would shout it at the Trump rallies. And it's just like Biden is just a poser. It's like using everything that Trump is doing. 4 more years, 4 more years. The same thing over and over again. Pretty funny. I did find this here. So I will play this. I have no idea who this is. Senator Katie Britt. No idea who that is. But so I will play a little bit of that just to see if anything else comes out. But I was expecting Trump to kind of speak tonight, but I guess not. I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say at his next 3,000 rallies.
What the symbolism was between the white jackets that the Democrat, mostly women, there was a couple men that were wearing these white jackets. What were they standing up for?
Well, a lot of the Democrat women wore white today, and Joe Biden addressed it in a speech. He wants to federalize Roe. And when they talk about that, last Congress under Nancy Pelosi brought a bill to the floor, which is they want to federalize Roe, meaning they want a federal law on abortion. But their federal law would make abortion legal up until the day of birth. We're talking about a newborn baby, a baby that has been in the womb for 9 months could be murdered, literally murdered the day it is set to be born. And that's their law. That's what Joe Biden is talking about when he says federalize Roe. And the women were wearing white for this, but they were also wearing white for IVF. So it's really interesting. I mean, that's quite a quite a quandary, right? Democrats are for killing babies up until the day of the birth, but then all of a sudden they're for women having babies. So which one do they want? Are they for women having babies, or are they for women killing babies up until the day of birth? But that's what they were wearing white for. Joe Biden talked about it during his speech. But again, the number one issue is the border crisis. The other top issues are inflation. Top issues are that we don't want our hard-earned tax dollars going to Ukraine, going to more foreign wars. And the debt is 34 trillion, over 34 trillion and counting every single day.
I hope that's the last time we see a State of the Union from Joe Biden.
I do too.
I think I am just appalled of what is happening to this country. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about, you might have saw on social media, there was massive fencing. I call it J6.
They're all like rumbled out too. Everything here is about Rumble. I still don't get Rumble. I'm still having a lot of issues with my Rumble. The video can't be more than 15 gigs. I think there's a limit. Maybe that's just the free Rumble version, but the search engines are horrible. But Rumble, if Rumble can do like what YouTube is doing, I think it's going to be a great thing. And YouTube wasn't always the YouTube that we see now. So hopefully Rumble can step up its game a little bit. I like to see Twitter kind of step it up too, because I'm only on there to follow Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And I'd like to see, if they have more videos on Twitter, I'd probably like it more. I don't know why they call it X. It'll always be Twitter.
Style fencing around the entire Capitol complex. I mean, they erected this thing basically overnight. It wasn't there yesterday, and even there yesterday afternoon. They put it out overnight. And initially, I was thinking to myself, is this because they think there's a threat from conservatives, that MAGA?
Did find a few interesting things here. Here's an interesting one. About 2 hours ago. They're always going to hit us with these stupid ads. I hate ads. But this is an interesting thing here.
All right, Peter, great to see you. Joining me now, Molly Hemingway, editor-in-chief of The Federalist, Ari Fleischer, former White House press secretary. Both are Fox News contributors. Ari, it does appear that Biden has some, really hardcore fans located around that motorcade route. This is a decent crowd, maybe 100 or so. You can't really tell from the pool shots we have, but they're not happy. Biden's now going to put a port in using our military to help Hamas, with Americans still held hostage there. But he's thinking that's going to help him politically. Thoughts tonight?
Yeah, a couple things. Number one, if this little protest tonight, just wait till Chicago. Just wait.
So, Ari Fleischer, this guy is one of the, this was George Bush Jr.'s press secretary. This guy is horrible. And Fox News has a lot of horrible people on their channel, by the way. Just throwing that out there. It's hard to watch these guys, but the topics seem pretty interesting to
Democrats gather in Chicago. What you're seeing tonight is nothing. Chicago is going to likely be mayhem for the Democrats.
And they also say pro Hamas, but there's a difference between being pro Hamas and pro Palestinian. There's a big difference. And I think these lines are getting blurred where we can't really tell, and the common folk can't really tell what the difference is, but there is a difference there.
As for that port that he's going to announce tonight to bring
terrible.
allegedly humanitarian relief to the people in Gaza, that is not to bring relief to the people in Gaza. It is much more to bring relief to Joe Biden in Michigan.
This guy helped
That's
the
what
Iraq
that is
war.
about.
And he's
That
going
is
to
one
sit
of the
here
most
and talk
overt
about it.
uses of the military to secure a political purpose at home. He is so worried about losing votes from the Arab community in Michigan. That's what's motivating him to do this. And he's going to lose on that front. I can't wait for the speech tonight to hear what he says about Hamas. He's trying to have it both ways.
It's just hard to
And
hear.
you can't do that on an issue like this. He's alienating America's Jewish community.
They'll have some of these guys, some of these neocons, these big neocon guys on here, and it's crazy. And these are more like the Nikki Haley guys too. They're not Trump guys. You could tell the difference between a Trump guy on Fox News and a neocon, typical New World Order person, George Bush Republican, whatever you want to call them, in that same vein here. And here's Ari Fleischer. Oh, Karl Rove is the other one I was thinking. They have Karl Rove on here all the time. Both Karl Rove and Mr. Fleischer are both two people who kind of jab at Trump and always want Trump to kind of be more organized with the party. And they see Trump as kind of as a loose cannon, which is good, I think. I think we need that. We don't need someone who's just gonna fall in line with what the party wants. That's another thing I like about Trump. One of the many things I like about him. It's gonna be hard for me to listen to Ari much longer.
Overwhelmingly
I think we get the
Democratic
point.
voting bloc. And
Paul Wallace and
She's
Rachel
nice.
Maddow.
She's just
they had some
bad
interesting comments. Let's play them.
America becoming a
Oh,
threat,
even
which is what it
gets even
becomes, a
worse.
threat to the world order if Trump is reelected, is a known.
But the project of the Republican Party is to install a strongman form of government in the United States and get rid of democracy.
He wants
And
to be a
that is the
strongman.
project of electing Donald Trump.
So they are to lead us to believe there will never be another election in the United States. I don't think there's a person on the planet who actually believes that, and I don't think they believe it.
I don't think there's anyone who believes that, but they also have the problem that President Biden and his Department of Justice are right now engaged in the retribution and retaliation that he says that he needs to be reelected to prevent. That's what the Department of Justice is doing. It's one of the reasons
All right, I'm
why his
bored.
polling is going so poorly.
I think we
But
get it.
as far as the world situation too, even this protest tonight shows
It doesn't show anything. The protest doesn't really show us anything. Nothing new. It's the same old, same old. See what some of these other guys have to say. Darn. Oh, Roe v. Wade, we got it. Oh, here we go. Possible
Oh, these
vice
are
presidential
amazing.
candidate
Wow.
coming
Wow.
up here. Darn it. What did I do?
Congrats, Carol.
Hate these
Joining me
guys.
now, Vivek Ramaswamy,
No,
former
there it is.
GOP presidential candidate, businessman extraordinaire. Vivek, this fence is giving the January 6th vibes. Are they going to put us all in solitary confinement too?
That's certainly what they're planning to send the vibe of. But it was pretty striking to me. I was there earlier today. These people believe that walls work. They know that they're effective. Part of the reason they don't support one at the southern border is not because it doesn't work, but because it does work. And so that's when it comes to this border issue. People have to understand.
Yeah, look, they have a wall right there. They want open borders, but they want Washington, D.C. Capitol to have a wall.
It's not a technical
Wow.
challenge. Go to Capitol Hill right now. You see it's a technical challenge. You know how to solve it. Keep people out. They're good at that. It's a challenge of will and it's a challenge of incentives. And if you're importing long run voters in the Democratic Party, you're not going to be in a particular rush to actually stop that long wave influx of voters who they presume are going to go for their own party. That's
And
what's going on.
Fox reporters were at the Eagle Pass area in Texas where all the migrants are coming through. And they caught one of the illegal aliens wearing a Biden-Harris shirt. Watch.
Es el presidente y la vicepresidenta de los Estados Unidos.
Pero entonces ya lo traigo aquí para que me dejen entrar.
That's a riot.
Yeah,
Big
well,
joke.
they're laughing at us at every step of the way. And you know what? If you're playing for that team, they're signaling exactly who they want to vote for. Here's the other thing that's pretty remarkable, Laura, is in principle, election integrity, voter ID at the ballot box, and the issue of illegal immigration or border security are two separate issues. But what is remarkable is that the very people who favor porous borders or poor border security are also the ones who favor lowered requirements for voting. So these issues, I think, are intimately linked.
Do you think illegals are going to be voting in this next election?
I think inevitably there's going to be a lot of seepage. And I think that it's also a long run play. And if you look at what the Democrats were saying, this is now considered a conspiracy theory of sorts on the right. It's a conspiracy reality because Democrats have been saying it for 10 years. This was their way of actually
What's their
securing
policy?
long run, lasting electoral majorities.
Yeah, I mean, no one voted for this, but they don't care. And they're supposedly the great defenders of democracy. No one wants this open border. Nobody wants these endless wars. No one I know wants these endless wars. I mean, the Washington contingent, the foreign policy crowd might, but most people don't want these policies, and they literally do not care.
A nation without borders is not a nation. And I don't care if you're a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. Most people in this country agree on that. It's up to us now to step up and actually make that our vision rather than just complaining about what the other side is doing. And I think if we do that, we win.
Today, the House passed the Laken Riley Act, Vivek. Only 37 Democrats voted for it. One Democrat explained his decision earlier today.
The bill says that if you are arrested, that you could be detained indefinitely. To have someone detained without that due process, I think, is un-American.
Right? Even if that person allegedly goes on to kill a beautiful nursing student on the
Due
University
process.
of Georgia grounds?
Well, obviously that is horrific, but you know what he did, which was steal $200. I don't think people would have been able to draw a direct correlation between everyone who steals $200 and being a brutal murderer.
They're fine with criminals being here. They're more interested in the due process rights of illegal aliens who.
That's a great point. And I was gonna pretty much say that point, but I'll let her say it. She's probably gonna say it better.
Never should have been here than they are the due process rights of people languishing in prison here in the United States because they didn't have the right political view.
Well, the first thing is the obvious observation of the difference between George Floyd's death and Laken Riley's death. Look at actually the responses of the same political party to.
He's got like that, like Elvis Presley haircut here going on or something like that. He reminds me of the and Indian version of Elvis Presley for something about the hair. I don't know. It's kind of wild. Maybe like a 90210, maybe like a Dylan from 90210. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. But some like a mix between that. All right. Check out the floorboard, by the way. What does that remind you of? All right.
Those two deaths. It's a travesty. But here's the other thing, Laura, is we have made a mistake in this country that it's time to actually correct. Citizens who are here legally versus non-citizens who entered illegally do not enjoy the same rights. And I think let's just even go to the 14th Amendment. Birthright citizenship does not apply to the kids of illegals. So people should read the 14th Amendment really carefully, where a lot of the due process under the law and other attributes are
There's
guaranteed.
a debate constitutionally about it, but I think actually we could win that debate.
I think we'd win that debate easily because it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof in the 14th Amendment. My suggestion to the left when they complain about the 14th Amendment is actually try reading it. Many of them haven't given that a try first.
Do you think
We're on the
any
winning
of
side of that.
Do you think any of this is going to work? I mean, tonight for Biden, it's going to make any difference whatsoever?
Well, I think the stakes are very high. So they have undoubtedly prepped him, got him on whatever, let's just say, energy enhancements he's going to need going into tonight to make sure that this is an effective performance. But the reality is they might do themselves a favor if he actually craters so that they can do what I think many want to do anyway, which is to sideline him by this summer and really restart the election process then.
Oh, I'll put you're a betting man. I'll bet you that that's never happened. Do you want to put money on that?
So I think it's a 50-50 because you have people who have vested interest to keep him there. But at the same time, I think a bait and switch operation is a trap we can't afford to fall into.
He's their best option. That's the truth. You know business. I know this. He is their best option. They don't have anyone better than Biden. That's the truth.
Well, I think the reality is he is a puppet who they can control. So that much I'll agree with you on. Is his mental frailties, that's not a bug. It is a feature to them because it allows them to control him. But I think more recently they've lost their use. And these people who were stopping at nothing to keep Donald Trump out of office, I think they'll stop at nothing here as well.
You know something about politics, too. I wasn't trying to say you don't know anything about politics.
Well, I'm proudly a newcomer.
Yeah,
I'm proudly an outsider to
Thank
this
goodness
sport.
you're an outsider to this. You feel the swamp, and when you step in it, you feel it here.
I'm eager to leave.
Yeah, exactly. Great to see you as always.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
No, thanks. But I will see if you have anything else. Marco Rubio. Maybe I'll just go to. Are there any of these short clip? Biden gets booed and finally mentions, like, oh, that is a good one. Biden swipes at Trump as he vows to stand by Ukraine. Oh, okay. That's a couple good ones. They're about 5 minutes each. I don't know. All right. Let's be daring.
November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so?
Nope.
Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers.
Did he say that
100
bipartisan
more immigration
but?
judges help tackle the backload of 2 million cases. 4,300 more asylum judges help tackle the back. 1,500 more security agents. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500
I think he said that bipartisan but.
more security agents and officers. 1,000. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges, help tackle.
All right, I'm convinced he said that bipartisan, but it's a conspiracy.
That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges, help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now.
True. Look at that guy. True. Come on, man.
What are you
Right.
against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children.
The fentanyl is coming through the border. If you close the border, you don't have to worry about that.
This bill would save lives and bring order to the border.
Save lives, yeah, starting at the border
We'll
there.
also give me and any new president
Me and Anna
new
knew.
emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border
Wait,
is
what?
over.
Awesome.
New emergency authority. We'll also give me and any new president
Me and Nanny knew president. What's he talking about? Oh, some good clips on this one.
order. We'll also give me and any new president
Me and Nanny knew president.
new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming.
To shut down the border when the number of migrants is overwhelming. This makes absolutely no sense. You shut down the border at 0. You don't say, "Well, we'll let some criminals in, but we'll let some illegals in, but we'll have a cap on it." No, that's not how it works. That's like the Federal Reserve printing up fake money. Well, we'll just print this much, but we'll put a cap on it so it won't go too high, so it won't get too crazy. Inflation won't be too much. I mean, this is the same old, and it's sad that some people are falling for this, but I don't believe that many are. I think there's some reality when they say that every state is a border state. I think there's some reality to that. I think there's some truth to that. I know what they mean. I know you can make a lot of jokes out of that. But obviously every state has a border with another state. But when they say that, they mean that the what's happening at our southern border, the illegal aliens coming through our southern border and our northern border and across all of our coastlines too, that we see, not even going through the border, but we see that on our coastlines. All of that is what is bringing the fentanyl and bringing all of this stuff in. Maybe it's not the only source of it, but a lot of it is coming through that southern border. So if you really want to stop it, close the southern border, just like Trump did. This guy has a big problem though, because he undid what Trump did. And now he has to backpedal and act like he's doing something about the border, or his hands are tied until Congress does something. But his hands weren't tied when he undid everything that Trump did to help the border crisis. Totally backwards, but some people will see it, others won't.
The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know
Yeah,
you
look at
know
the
how to
facts.
read. I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate.
You can count how many times during this whole speech he says, "my predecessor." If someone were to actually tally up how many times does Biden say that word, "my predecessor," it's a lot.
To demand they block the bill. He feels political win. He viewed it as a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner. Not really. Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln
an innocent young
Riley.
woman who was killed.
He can't even say it right. Lincoln Riley. She's not related to Abraham.
An innocent young woman who was
Listen,
killed.
listen.
Riley. An innocent young.
Sorry.
Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln
An
Riley.
innocent-
Oh, I mean, it would be a lot more funnier if it wasn't so tragic what happened, because
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I
Who's he looking at?
understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's
He just
only
made the case
6
for them.
months, 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks,
that's pretty much look at Donald. It's just like, what? This is exactly why Trump did what he did, for this exact reason. That's the perfect. That's it right there. That says it all. Because it's like, wait a minute, we had this plan in place. All you had to do was keep it in place where it was. And of course, Biden didn't want to do that. He signed executive orders to get rid of everything that Trump did at the border. Kennedy has talked about this very, very much. This is one of the things that turned Kennedy's view on the border, was because Kennedy went to the border and recognized and talked to the people at the border, and they said it. You know, what Trump was doing was the right path, and it was working. And then Biden comes in and undoes all of everything that President Trump did by executive order. But by executive order, Biden can't undo what he undid. Of course he can. But he needs this. They talk about, I mean, everything you hear them accuse Trump of is what they're doing. You know, all the crimes that they accuse Trump of is usually what they get caught doing. And we see all of the same things over and over again. All right, I'm going to continue on. There's only a few more minutes of this clip, but I think this says it all. And I love this guy. Byron Donalds. He's like the Ice Cube, the Ice Cube of politics. He's got a bright future. He would be a good vice president, but we need him in Congress. So I hope President Trump, for his VP, does not pick someone who's already in Congress or in the Senate, because they need those seats. They really do, because if they don't have those, they are going to keep going after President Trump. It's going to be never ending.
respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now.
Get this bill done. No. But no one's clapping. It's a very small group.
And if my predecessor is watching,
Build the wall. Look at that. Hey,
politics.
did you hear? I don't know if you can hear that in the background. That's exactly what they were saying. Build the wall.
Instead of paying politics, watching. Instead of
Build the
paying
wall.
watching. And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying
Build the wall.
politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country.
Oh, please.
I will not.
He's talking about the criminals, the illegals.
I will not. Partisan bill.
Yeah, Trump comments a
toughest set of
lot on
abortion
the.
bills, political win. Him. It's not about him. It's not about me.
Sorry.
Thousands of people being killed by illegals. Pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be together. But that's what here's what he will not do.
Does a
I
lot of
will
culture.
not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country.
But they're not immigrant. They're not immigrants. These are illegal aliens who should not be here. You come through the right way, through the legal way, or else you are not legally here. Why would you call them a migrant? They're not migrating over here. It's illegal, and they're aliens.
I will not separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor,
He says, I will not separate families, but at the border is what he's talking about. But we don't even know if the people that are bringing the children over the border, we don't know if that are their parents or if there's some human trafficking going on. There's no way to tell. So why would you just let them through? Those are some of the big problems that I have with this. Is you don't know who these people are. You don't know if these kids are really, if the adults are really their parents or if they're not. We have no way of knowing, and you don't want to make that easy. You want to make that difficult. So when they say, taking people away from their families, this could be actually saving children from people that are not their parents. This could be saving kidnapped children. There's no way to really tell. If you haven't watched RFK Jr.'s 18-minute documentary when he was at the border, he covers a lot of this. And they have special rooms that they take children in who have been hurt, who have been harmed crossing the border, and who need treatment, who need help, who need to get away from their captors, and who are victims of some Sound of Freedom crimes. So, and the thing is, you don't want to make it easy for predators to think, oh, this is how I can do it. This is the loophole. They always look for loopholes to get into this country. You don't want to make it easy for them. Trump did a great job of stopping that. RFK Jr. talks about that too. And Biden undid everything that Trump did to stop things like that, to stop the human trafficking, the drug trafficking, or at least to make it very, very difficult. And when Biden came in and he undid all of that, the floodgates opened up. And that's why we have all of these migrant crimes, as Trump calls it, the migrant crimes. But we know what they are. And we know that these people should not be here. And, the good ones should want to come in a legal way. And RFK Jr. says that too. The gate needs to be wide open. We need to be able to accept, the good people, and Trump will say that too, but you have to vet these people, and you have to make sure that, first of all, make sure that the adults that are bringing the children in, how do you verify that those are their parents? How do you verify that the people that are bringing children in have an attachment to these kids? You need DNA swabs right there. You need judges right there. And Kennedy was very vocal in saying that. You need judges right there at that border to figure this out. That's the only way. And we used to do that. If you watch the movie Scarface, you can see that, they had customs. They had to come in a certain way. There was a whole process and everything. And, maybe that's a bad example because it's a fictional movie, but I think you get the idea. Let me move on here. I don't know if I want to listen to this guy anymore, but there is a few.
First day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system.
The first day in office, he undid everything Trump did. He didn't introduce anything, or you can introduce whatever you want, but if everything is working, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Okay, it has all these and more. Secure the border, provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, and so much more. But unlike my predecessor.
But they didn't provide a pathway for dreamers. They just let them all in and made it very easy for them to just come in and stay in and to traffic. And not only that, but the criminals that would come in, they would get deported. This guy made it very easy for them to come right back here and do the exact same thing. It's like playing tag, you're it. It's like playing hide and seek. It's crazy.
I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans and ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of every place, from every place on earth.
Probably enough.
They came
Take
freely.
too much more.
Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland.
Oh,
Some the
his ancestors now. Okay. I do want to play this. Do want to play a little bit of this. But you know what? I should probably finish. Nah, come back to the MAGA thing. I think we get that. Let's hear some of this. This is the Republican toned down response. Let's see what happens.
My name is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the people of the great state of Alabama in the United States Senate. However, that's not the job that matters most. I am a proud wife and mom of 2 school-aged kids. My daughter Bennett and my son Ridgway are why I ran for the Senate. I'm worried about their future and the future of children in every corner of our nation. And that's why I invited you into our home tonight. Like so many families across America, my husband Wesley and I just watched President Biden's State of the Union address from our living room. And what we saw was the performance of a permanent politician who has actually been in office for longer than I've been alive. One thing was quite clear, though. President Biden just doesn't get it. He's out of touch. Under his administration, families are worse off, our communities are less safe, and our country is less secure. I just wish he understood what real families are facing around kitchen tables just like this one. You know, this is where our family has tough conversations. It's where we make hard decisions. It's where we share the good, the bad, and the ugly of our days. It's where we laugh together, and it's where we hold each other's hands and pray for God's guidance. And many nights, to be honest, it's where Wesley and I worry. I know we're not alone. And so tonight, the American family needs to have a tough conversation, because the truth is, we're all worried about the future of our nation. The country we know and love seems to be slipping away, and it feels like the next generation will have fewer opportunities and less freedoms than we did. I worry my own children may not even get a shot at living their American dreams. My American dream allowed me, the daughter of 2 small business owners from rural Enterprise, Alabama, to be elected to the United States Senate at the age of 40. Growing up, sweeping the floor at my dad's hardware store and cleaning the bathroom at my mom's dance studio, I never could have imagined what my story would entail. To think about what the American dream can do across just one generation, in just one lifetime, it's truly breathtaking. But right now, the American dream has turned into a nightmare for so many families. The true, unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this. Our families are hurting. Our country can do better. And you don't have to look any further than the crisis at our southern border to see it. President Biden inherited the most secure border of all time. But minutes after taking office, he suspended all deportations, he halted construction of the border wall, and he announced a plan to give amnesty to millions. We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis, he invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days. When I took office, I took a different approach. I traveled to the Del Rio sector of Texas. That's where I spoke to a woman who shared her story with me. She had been sex trafficked by the cartels starting at the age of 12. She told me not just that she was raped every day, but how many times a day she was raped. The cartels put her on a mattress in a shoebox of a room, and they sent men through that door over and over again for hours and hours on end. We wouldn't be okay with this happening in a third world country. This is the United States of America, and it is past time, in my opinion, that we start acting like it. President Biden's border policies are a disgrace. This crisis is despicable. And the truth is, it is almost entirely preventable. From fentanyl poisonings to horrific murders, there are empty chairs tonight at kitchen tables just like this one because of President Biden's senseless border policies. Just think about Laken Riley. In my neighboring state of Georgia, this beautiful 22-year-old nursing student went out on a jog one morning, but she never got the opportunity to return home. She was brutally murdered by one of the millions of illegal border crossers President Biden chose to release into our homeland. Y'all, as a mom, I can't quit thinking about this. I mean, this could have been my daughter. This could have been yours. And tonight, President Biden finally said her name. But he refused to take responsibility for his own actions. Mr. President, enough is enough. Innocent Americans are dying, and you only have yourself to blame. Fulfill your oath of office, reverse your policies, end this crisis, and stop the suffering. Sadly, we know that President Biden's failures don't stop there. His reckless spending dug our economy into a hole and sent the cost of living through the roof. We have the worst inflation in 40 years and the highest credit card debt in our nation's history. Let that sink in. Hardworking families are struggling to make ends meet today. And with soaring mortgage rates and sky-high childcare costs, they're also struggling to how to plan for tomorrow. The American people are scraping by, while President Biden proudly proclaims that Bidenomics is working. Goodness, y'all, bless his heart. We know better. I'll never forget stopping at a gas station in Chilton County one evening. The gentleman working the counter told me that after retiring, he had to pick up a job in his 70s so that he didn't have to choose between going hungry or going without his medication. He said, I did everything right. I did everything I was told to do. I worked hard, I saved, I was responsible. He's not alone. I hear similar concerns from fellow parents, whether I am walking with my friends or whether I'm at my kids' games. But let's be honest, it's been a minute since Joe Biden pumped gas, ran a carpool, or even pushed a grocery cart. Meanwhile, the rest of us see our dollar and we know it doesn't go as far. We see it every day. And despite what he tells you, our communities are not safer. For years, the left has coddled criminals and defunded the police, all while letting repeat offenders walk free. The result is tragic, but foreseeable. From our small towns to America's most iconic city streets, life is getting more and more dangerous. And unfortunately, President Biden's weakness isn't just hurting families here at home. He is making us a punchline on the world stage. Look, where I'm from, your word is your bond. But for 3 years, the president has demonstrated that America's word doesn't mean what it used to. From abandoning our allies in his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan to desperately pushing another dangerous deal with Iran, President Biden has failed. We've become a nation in retreat, and the enemies of freedom, they see an opportunity. Putin's brutal aggression in Europe has put our allies on the brink. Iran's terrorist proxies have slaughtered Israeli, Jews, and American citizens. They've targeted commercial shipping, and they've attacked our troops nearly 200 times since October, killing 3 US soldiers and 2 Navy SEALs. Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party is undercutting America's workers. China is buying up our farmland, spying on our military installations, and spreading propaganda through the likes of TikTok. You see, the CCP knows that if it conquers the minds of our next generation, it conquers America. And what does President Biden do? Well, he bans TikTok for government employees, but creates an account for his own campaign. Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. Look, we all recall when presidents faced national security threats with strength and resolve. That seems like ancient history. Right now, our commander-in-chief is not in command. The free world deserves better than a dithering and diminished leader. America deserves leaders who recognize that secure borders, stable prices, safe streets, and a strong defense are actually the cornerstones of a great nation. Just ask yourself, are you better off now than you were 3 years ago? There's no doubt we're at a crossroads, and it doesn't have to be this way. We all feel it. But here's the good news. We, the people, are still in the driver's seat. We get to decide whether our future will grow brighter or whether we'll settle for an America in decline. Well, I know which choice our children deserve, and I know the choice the Republican Party is fighting for. We are the party of hard-working parents and families, and we want to give you and your children the opportunities to thrive. And we want families to grow. It's why we strongly support continued nationwide access to in vitro fertilization. We want to help loving moms and dads bring precious life into this world. Wesley and I believe there is no greater blessing in life than our children. And that's why tonight, I want to make a direct appeal to the parents out there, and in particular to my fellow moms, many of whom I know will be up tossing and turning at 2 a.m., wondering how you're going to be in 3 places at once and then somehow still get dinner on the table. First of all, we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you. I know You're frustrated. I know you're probably disgusted by most of what you see going on in Washington, and I'll be really honest with you. You're not wrong for feeling that way. Look, I get it. The task in front of us isn't an easy one, but I can promise you one thing. It is worth it. So I am asking you, for the sake of your kids and your grandkids, get into the arena. Every generation has been called to do hard things. American greatness rests in the fact that we always answer that call. It's who we are. Never forget, we are steeped in the blood of patriots who overthrew the most powerful empire in the world. We walk in the footsteps of pioneers who tamed the wild. We now carry forward the same flame of freedom as the liberators of an oppressed Europe. We continue to draw courage from those who bent the moral arc of the universe. And when we gaze upon the heavens, never forget that our DNA contains the same ingenuity that put man on the moon. America has been tested before, and every single time we've emerged unbowed and unbroken. Our history has been written with the grit of men and women who got knocked down. But we know their stories because they did not stay down. We are here because they stood back up. So now it's our turn, our moment to stand up and prove ourselves worthy of protecting the American dream. Together, we can reawaken the heroic spirit of a great nation. Because America, we don't just have a rendezvous with destiny. We take destiny's hand and we lead it. Our future starts around kitchen tables just like this, with moms and dads just like you. And you are why I believe with every fiber of my being that despite the current state of our union, our best days are still ahead. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless these United States of America.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
Not take it any longer as Joe Biden is on the run from his record and lying like crazy to try and escape accountability for the horrific devastation he and his party have created. All the while, they continue the very policies that are causing this horror show to go. We cannot take it any longer as a country. Joe Biden's sad excuse for a State of the Union address aside, here are the facts. When I left office, we gave Joe Biden the most secure border in U.S. history. We gave him remain in Mexico, very tough to get, but I got it. Safe third agreements, the asylum ban, Title 42, 571 miles of border wall, rapid deportations, and much more. We had the safest border in the history of our country. As soon as he got in, Crooked Joe and his radical left lunatics deliberately dismantled each and every one of those policies that were so good, that gave us this best border. According to Tom Homan, according to Brandon Judd, the top people, they said it was the single best border we've ever had in recorded history. What's happened now is a horror show. The country, our country, is being laughed at all over the world. Over the past 3 years, Biden has actively aided and abetted the importation of millions and millions of illegal alien migrants and resettled them into your communities. At any time during the past 3 years, crooked Joe Biden, and he is crooked as you can be and the most incompetent president we've ever had, could have called off the invasion. But to this day, he is keeping the hordes of illegal migrants and illegal aliens pouring into the country. By the time his term is up, we could have close to 20 million people in our country. And we have no idea from where they come. We have no idea who they are. They have no identification. Many come from mental institutions. Many come from prisons. They're terrorists. We have a calamity the likes of which we've never seen before. The very first bill Joe Biden sent to Congress was a plan to turn illegal aliens into voting citizens. That's just what we need. No matter what Crooked Joe says, his actions prove his priority is to import a colossal new illegal alien population and let them all stay. My priority is securing our border and sending Crooked Joe's illegals back home. Likewise, the sight of a feeble Joe Biden talking about shrinkflation, the term he uses, is one of the most ridiculous things this country has ever seen. Shrinkflation is just another way of saying inflation. It means that you're losing a lot of money because these people don't know what they're doing. It was all caused by Crooked Joe Biden and the people that surround him. And they are radical left Marxists and fascists and communists and socialists. We have people running our country, the likes of which we have never seen before. He and the communists and his party looted trillions of dollars from you and spent it on illegal aliens and the Green New Scam, triggering the highest inflation in many, many decades. If your packages are getting smaller, that's the reason why, under my leadership, there was no inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. It's time to tell Crooked Joe Biden, you're fired.